番当たっていますね。
手数の多い方があげる。メロディーコール9月スタート。
W ね。マジだよ。あ、本当だ。なんかあっという間だったね。今度いつ帰ってくるの？
Dogs.
I hate dogs.
climate, he's searching for shining. But every time he looks for the sun, can't find it. Is this the way, the path I chose? Then why am I living with my heart so cold? All that I see is a storm of stones. I'm born like this, to fear no one. I'm straight thugged out, only live for my ones. Diamonds and gems, we can battle to the end. We must to be aware of the knuckles that I send. Once they penetrate, they put you to your death. They hard as iron, and my feet is like fire. You never see me run, and I won't surrender. I just fly away like a no other contender. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet. N-U-C-K-L-E-S, we born for a lifetime on Angel Island. His duties to protect, that's the emerald diamond. Hold the climate, he's searching for shining. But every time he looks for the sun, can't find it. Is this the way, the path I chose? Then why am I living with my heart so cold? All that I see is a storm of stones. I'm born like this, to fear no one. I'm straight thugged out, only live for my ones. Diamonds and gems, we can battle to the end. We must to be aware of the knuckles that I send. Once they penetrate, they put you to your death. They hard as iron, and my feet is like fire. You never see me run, and I won't surrender. I just fly away like no other contender. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet. Something is calling me, I don't know what. Something is talking, but I don't know. Something is calling me more and more. No one stops the whole feet.
Welcome in, everybody. How you doing tonight? How you been? It's me, DigiDoggi, your favorite dog shaper. Wait, what? There's so many raid viruses here, chat. What is going on? No, don't activate the iguana. What, huh? What? There's so many viruses. Well, if it isn't Lark Bark and Arnie Rat, thank you so much for that, I think, unintended double raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm DigiDoggi, your favorite dog shaped robot quirky girl. Lark, what were you up to? Arnie, what were you up to? It's really good to see both of you and your communities. Thank you for stopping by tonight. We are just going to get started with Mega Man 7 soon. I'm going to do the customary start of stream yapping for a little bit, and then we'll be playing one of my favorite games on the Super Nintendo. Hope you had a fun time on your stream. Chat, go follow my friend and fellow miscreant Lark Bark. She's a wonderful blue dog. It's so funny, I am orange dog and I'm surrounded by blue dogs. It's really good for color theory enjoyers. Chat, follow Lark. You're playing Deltarune. Oh, which chapter? Ooh, I hope you had some fun with that, Lark. Oh, I still gotta finish chapter 3 and 4. Wait, no, I finished 3. I need to continue with chapter 4. I hope you had a lot of fun either way. And Arnie, let me go ahead and scan. If y'all needed to raid and run, please don't worry about it. I totally get it. Things can be exhausting, especially streaming. So I'll be happy to take care of your communities. It's just really good to see ya. You're playing, oh, is that the new Ninja Gaiden? That one looks really cool. I've never been much of a Ninja Gaiden gamer. I remember playing like an Xbox demo of the one for the Xbox that wasn't called Ninja Gaiden Black. I think it was just called Ninja Gaiden. I was like, wow, this is really cool. And then I did not investigate further. Oh, it's the new one. How is it? Did you have some fun with it? I hope it was really great. I hope it isn't too rage-bound. I mean, I know that's kind of the whole thing with them, is they're really difficult, but for people who are up to the challenge, they seem super, super satisfying. It's from the Blasphemous people. I don't think I know about the Blasphemous people. I don't think I know about Blasphemous. I'll have to investigate further. But I hope you had a lot of fun. You think Black is a re-release of that? Oh, okay. So it's the same game, it's just like HD'd a little bit or something. Got it. Like it's your Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, 3 Subsistence, Ninja Gaiden, Black. I get it. God, yeah, Rich really does hate Wily Capsule number 7. I'm gonna have to show him how it's done tonight. And now I have to put my money where my mouth is, chat. Now I'm gonna have to actually beat Dr. Wily without getting into too much difficulty. But I'll put it this way, last time I beat this game, it wasn't too bad. But then again, I could look at the CRT last time and I don't have things set up like that tonight. I guess I could, but it would take a minute. I don't want to do that. So we're gonna raw doggy it. Everything is still in my candy cab chat, which I was gonna use to stream, but then the CRT went kaput. Now, I have worked out a lot of diagnoses. My friend, who is a CRT expert, came over and helped me remove the board called the chassis that contains most of the circuitry that actually controls the electron gun and, you know, makes the picture appear on the tube. So something seems to be weird with the chassis. However, even though we couldn't figure it out, it's okay, because I have another friend in the area who has a spare chassis, and he says he's going to clean it up and let me borrow it. But there's nothing wrong with the tube. That's the most important part of the TV. And I can send the chassis out to be fixed if I have to. I'm just trying to work with local friends first because it's a fragile circuit board. But the candy cab will live again. Unlike V. Well, maybe.
Terrorists win.
Wow, a little bit slow there, Morse Amalgam. You gotta be a little faster with the defuse. Well, okay, yes. Let me go ahead and catch up with everybody before we get into it too much with my yapping. I will always forget. Jamie the Anything, your first night. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. Mystery Hound. Gup! Gup! I hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for being here. Welcome, welcome. Jordan the Kitty, hi! Hope you're doing great. Welcome. Good to see ya. Hi, IHT. Good to see you as well. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for being here. Good evening, Travis Mayer. Hello, greetings. Oh my goodness, you're mold. What does that mean, Lark? What do you mean you're mold? I am so confused by this statement. Welcome in, Glaceon Yo Dog Fortress. Love that name. That's a good name. Hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for being here. Infinity Angel 24, thanks so much for joining us. Thank you for that follow. Hi, Myati. How you doing? How you been? Hey, Burke. Good to see you. Welcome. Hi to Saki. Greetings. Whoa, it's Morse Amalgam. Hi, Morse. Hi, Arnie Rat. Hello. Yes, I greeted you already, but I'm going through, so I'm gonna gorp it up a little bit. Cheshire Critter. Hi. Good to see you. Welcome in, Joltadosh. Greetings. Good evening. Guess he was just running late. Yeah, so I had a little problem with the interface that makes the scientists and the little clips appear, so I had to kick it. It's working now. She mega on my man until I 7.
Luigi, you are Terminal 7. Go up, cancer.
Gup, or maybe gut cancer. That's fine too. You know who doesn't have cancer anymore, chat? My friend Richie Kupo. Yeah, he's missing 10% of one of his kidneys, but he has no cancer. And I think that's a pretty good trait. Solar Nativity, greetings. How you doing? How you been? That was a really funny gup. You snuck one in during the raid when you weren't supposed to be able to. Hope you're doing well tonight. Man, hello. Greetings. Welcome. Hope you're doing great. Thank you very much for bringing the Calypso Paradise Punch. We're gonna find out next week, chat, during the subathon if it's fucking mingin'. I'm gonna find out. We're gonna have that as one of my horrible incentives. Gorp? So about that subathon, chat, it's gonna happen next week, but I unfortunately don't have the graphic I wanted to have ready for you tonight to show you everything that we're gonna have as incentives. Because I spent most of the day fighting with an art scammer. Yeah, this sucks. Actually, you know what? Let me go behind the curtain here for a second. I'm gonna do something goofy here, chat. Let me just.
Computer activate iguana.
Shh. What's up, guys? I'm Digital, and I'm mad as hell about this stupid art scammer that got up in my DMs and tried to lie to me and say that he wasn't a scammer. I tried to help out somebody who said they needed emergency funds by commissioning them for a piece of art of Freya. Everybody loves seeing more DigiDoggi art, and I got Methodical Fox to help out by footing the bill because this person said they needed to make rent. Now they're coming to me. They didn't respond to me for 2 weeks when I was asking where's that Trello link that was happening that you said was in the terms of service. Now they're giving me some holiday hogwash because I found a post on Twitter about them that said that they've been scamming people for years. Now this person wants to say that I broke their terms of service because I said I didn't want to work with them anymore. And I'm sorry, Chad, I gotta drop the voice. I tried to commission this person, right? They're like, I need rent. And I'm like, okay, I like keeping people housed. But they were like, okay, I need rent. And I'm like, cool, that's fine. And I didn't really have a specific deadline, which they seem to take as no deadline period ever, which no correspondence necessary. But in the terms of service, they're like, you're going to get a Trello link so that you can keep track of the commission. And I messaged them for like 2 weeks, like, hi, any updates, anything going on? Hey, hi, can I get that Trello link? And they said yes. And then they didn't say anything for another like full day after just saying yes. So I'm like, okay, look, I just found a post on Twitter talking about how you've scammed people for years. And it sure seems like I don't really want to work with you because there's allegations that you've traced AI art and all that. And I just don't want to work with you anymore. And in the terms of service, it says that if there's no work been done, there's no sketch been made or anything, I have the right to request a refund. And they're like, no, you just broke the terms of service because the first part of the terms of service says that you can't talk about drama. Including me talking to you about the things that you openly admitted on your own profile were true? Yeah. Okay, chat. I'm gonna have to get into it. So I cannot link directly to this person's platform because it is not safe for work. And I was just gonna get, something that was safe for work, but that's not here nor there. But here is my Blue Sky post. I encourage you to go take a look at the logs there. I can't show this directly on stream because I feel like that blurs the line a little bit too much because you could find your way conceivably to a not safe for work content by looking at that or something. I don't know. But either way, this is where I'm at. Is this person has been yelling at me for the entire day. I was super stressed out and sweaty when I was supposed to be getting ready for stream, which is why I'm a little bit late tonight. I'm sorry about that. But seriously, what is this person's damage? I found this post on Twitter that shows that they've been doing this for years. There's posts going back to 2020. There's somebody in 2023 who was like, hey, you haven't done any work on this and I want a refund. I just had a motorcycle accident. Somebody hit me with their car and I'm in the hospital, so I just lost my job and I can't be spending it on furry art commissions anymore. So they were like, oh, you're going to get a big insurance payout. You should get on government assistance and pay me part of your first big check. I need money. Hey, will you give me more money, actually? I already did some sketches for you. I did thumbnail sketches for you. So, I don't owe you anything. You're out $1,000. This person is a ridiculous asshole. And of course, I go and show this to some of my friends after the fact, and they're like, oh, that guy. Yeah, he's notorious. Everybody knows this guy is a scammer. And I'm like, I didn't. I avoid drama usually. I try to go out of my way to if I'm in a fight or a disagreement or an argument, I just leave. I'm kind of a chicken shit about it unless it's somebody anonymous that I can bark at through my cage chat, or if it's somebody in real life where the stakes are a little bit different. But if it's just some online community and I get super stressed out, I just bolt. I'm like, gorp, 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 and then I'm gone. But this is different. This was money that I'm not doing super financially well off, chat. I wanted to help somebody else that seemed like they were in a bad situation. and I got my friend to help out with it because we agreed it was a good cause and we would get something nice out of it. It was a business arrangement, even if it was made out of goodwill, but like, if you're gonna jerk me around and just be like, all right, I'm already entitled to your money and you broke my terms of service, so haha, that's a gotcha. Actually, you've activated my trap card and now I permanently own your money. Like, no, I'm just gonna go directly to PayPal and you can talk it out with their resolution team. So like, now I'm just sitting here like weathering this person's assault, basically. They're trying to act like I was some unreasonable freako for not wanting to work with somebody that worked with AI art in the past and had lots of credible allegations from people who had been intimidated or scammed by this person. Like, I didn't owe them anything yet. They didn't do anything for me yet. They ignored me for a week to post not safe for work thirst traps on their Blue Sky account of their VR chat avatar. And I'm like, you know, just give me the money back. Go scam somebody else then. You didn't have to make it a whole thing. Anyway, that's what I was doing for most of the day today, so I didn't get to make my cool subathon graphic that shows you all the fun stuff we're gonna do. Is that a fucking Xbox copy of Dark Souls on your desk? Yeah, this is totally my room there, Skeletorso. I have a goof juice and I have a UFO catcher where if you catch things. Chat, I used to judge Critical's UFO catcher and I have to say I was wrong. I've misjudged the point of the silly UFO catcher in Critical's stream. I didn't know. I've only ever seen his YouTube videos. I didn't know. I did not recognize his game. Chat, I'm gonna have to give him some credit for this one, actually. Critical's... Okay, sorry. Let me get this thing out of here. I want to get close to you. Critical's UFO catcher thing in the background chat is just freebies. Like, you can go sit in his Discord when he's streaming and sit in line, and when it's your turn, it's basically like his own little crane game Toreba, where if you catch one of those plushies, it has like a piece of paper rubber banded to it with like a thing that you get, and it could be like, I don't know, like PlayStation 5, Oculus Quest 3, monitor, Starbucks gift card. He's got all kinds of stuff in there because like he's got fuck you money and he knows that he can just spread it around without it being an overdeal. Is that UFO catcher overstuffed? I don't know, it looks like it's got enough in it there. It may be a little bit easier to win than usual, if anything. But, you know, you could remove a DigiDoggi from the environment. That probably would thin it out a little bit. But yeah, it's, I used to be like, why does he have that? And now that I know, I'm like, damn, I hope I can be successful enough someday that I can just let people win free PS5s on my stream with no strings attached. That sounds awesome. I wanna be able to just be like, here, please. I wanna pay all my friends and all the people who helped me out. I really want that, chat. I want to be able to make everything bigger and bark. What? Wait, oh god, a little... Digi's giving away PS5s. Congratulations, you've won a free iPod. Yes, all I need is your mom's credit card number and the magic 3 numbers on the back to verify that you are who you say you are. And then we'll have your free PS5 shipped out to you right away. Imagine if consumer law just worked like that. Cole stole my money because I don't like the supermarket duopoly and didn't let me take my groceries with me. No refunds. Yeah, no, like either I get my money or I get the service that I paid for. There is no in between. And I don't want to work with you anymore. And you did not do any work already. Like, if they had done a sketch or something, I'd be like, alright, let's take off, you know, a percentage of the total value. You did some of the labor, and give me the rest, because I don't want this to progress any further in the art pipeline here. And that's my prerogative as a client. Like, I can get off this train whenever I want. Chat, especially if no labor has been done yet. We didn't leave the station. Wow, I'm really the 1 millionth visitor, so I win a free iPod Nano. Boy howdy. Festivore, that is a great first message. I like you already. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I am definitely a real robot doggy that you should trust with all of your credentials. Nothing bad will happen when you talk to strangers on the internet, chat. This is the future. Now you need to give the ID in your pocket to every single goddamn app in your phone, or you can't use it. Yay! Future! Progress! This is better, right? This is fine! Everything is fine! The internet is better than it was a year ago, and I'm definitely not being held at gunpoint by Jeff Bezos. I'm definitely not. This is my own prerogative to say this. Help! Yeah, this is... They're reactivating Chris Hansen from the cryogenic sleeper cell that they kept him in to go storm Roblox. Travis, thank you so much. That is so incredibly sweet of you, and as somebody who is now a full-time content creator, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Travis. That is super, super doggers of you. And I feel like we're just gonna end up passing the same $50 back and forth. This is... Wait, what do you mean? Proxy Puppy, how are you screwing up the math that badly? Whatever, I'll have to hammer that out before the stream, the subathon next week. But yeah, now I'm just like, I want to commission you, actually. But yes, thank you so much. So thank you for being very understanding, chat. I will try to have that...
Someone has hidden my glasses again.
On your face? It tested in production? Yeah, I guess we could just test it. We're doing it live. At least the subathon's not actually rolling. You have a friend that you joke with that we just swapped the same $20 bill back and forth? Yeah, I want to do that with you too, Burke. I like your art. I wish I could show more of it on stream. Passing the same $50 back and forth is why people think all furries are super rich. Yup, exactly. Pretty much. We just have our own little sub-economy where the same, like, roughly $2,000 of liquidity passes between, like, 200 furries at any given time. And then there's a few outliers, but, like, that's basically it. I'm gonna have a sippy chat. I have a dry mouth. That raises weird lore implications about whether or not I have a dry mouth usually. This is what happens when there's no official merch to extract money from a hobbyist community. Yes, it is good! I literally believe that furry is dry nose behavior. Wow, we're keeping... That's a throwback now. That one's an actual throwback. We're keeping that alive. Like web rings. Yeah, no, I think this is one of the best things about furries is it stands uniquely as one of the only fandoms, perhaps the only fandom, that doesn't have any core media to it. There's no single franchise or even really strongly united concept of what a furry is to different people. We all just know that we fall somewhere on the spectrum of liking anthropomorphic animals, whether that's Wolf's Rain or Tiny Toon Adventures or, you know, fucking Pokemon or Neko Atsume or, you know, oh god, what's the Uma Musume, the horse girl anime? Look, chat, it's all furry on some level. It's a spectrum, but that's the wonderful thing, is it's just a community bound together by this, like, loose concept of what it can be. The only message of the furry fandom is the furry fandom. It's not, wow, Star Wars, and how we can argue about what's canon or what's good or what's bad in Star Wars. There's no core thing to bind us to some corporate entity. It makes us the strongest fandom out there. You cannot break what it is to be a furry. We are fundamentally unmarketable when it comes down to it. You can market at us and get us to enjoy things. You can get you know, your Solata robos like CyberConnect 2, exactly, Festivore, or you know, you can sort of try that you know, things like The Bad Guys or Zootopia, but furries are like punk. Yeah, exactly, illegal Owen Wilson imposter. It's somewhere between a thing that you do and an identity, and the line blurs depending on who you talk to. But it is itself an aberration against a lot of things that modern society demands of us. It defies conformity. It defies presentability. It defies marketability. What are you gonna do? Find somebody's specific persona to be like the persona to sell to people? You can't do that. We're starting to see it be commercialized more lately. You see things like furry masks at Spirit Halloween stores, but they're never going to replace the cottage industry of fursuit makers making your character to your spec. They can't. There's no way to do that on a mass scale. They couldn't possibly. Because at the end of the day, like, somebody is going to make their first fursuit out of like literal feather dusters and shoe boxes, and it might be a little wonky, but it's theirs. And then they get addicted to that feeling of creation and of connection, of going and meeting people virtually or in person. And now we're seeing, especially with the emergence of VR chat as such a massive social medium of its own, it's its own bubble even within the fandom. There are tons of people that are VR chat famous. I don't know who the hell they are. Who the fuck is Dervish? I've seen him bouncing around and being cute on social media, but as far as I'm concerned, like, we were in totally different spheres. There is no, like, main place to meet up to be a furry. There's just places that we bump elbows with each other. And it's also why I think the furry fandom got into this weird, like, policing thing that's been happening for about the last 10 years-ish or so. Ever since Tumblr started emptying out the furries by banning not safe for work content and being super broad with what that qualifies as, including just furry content that isn't really not safe for work by most definitions, because it's queer. Let's be real, that's what it is. It's queer. People emptied out and went to Twitter. And then there was this weird new perception in Twitter, because Twitter was sharing this infinitely long table with the normies. And you could have your freaking weird, I don't know, Clifford the Big Red Dog inflation art be accidentally seen by President Barack Obama. And like, that caused some furries to go absolutely insane. They wanted to be palatable to the normies that were suddenly up in our grill. The internet was no longer siloed off in ways where people could just have their fun. Now it was like, that's weird. That's problematic. Don't you think that somebody is going to think that's weird and judge us all badly for it? I'm not one of the bad ones. I'm one of the good ones. I don't like this. I like that. And it's getting to the point where it's like, okay, like, if you can't, like, have a snout, because that's problematic, you can't have ears, like, just go draw anime characters. You can't even have Inuyasha at that point. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, are you gonna say, oh, it's problematic that Naruto is part fox because he has a fox demon inside of him? And wow, is it that kind of sus that there's, like, he's got a fox inside of him? Wow, that's creepy. Wow. Like, where does it end? Like, we're seeing the slippery slope happen directly in front of us. It no longer seems like a crazy thing. It seems like a realistic argument because it's happening. Queer people are being silenced, harassed, and banned. Sex workers are being silenced, harassed, and banned. Not safe for work content creators are being silenced, harassed, and banned. People in marginalized countries, like Palestine, are being silenced, harassed, and banned. Like, we have to speak. Normally, I'm so, like, this is a chill place. This is a place for me to not be overcome by the horrors, but we have to say something, chat. You have to get in there. You have to make your calls. Yeah, it's time. You have to let people know what you think. Blue Sky is posting new community guidelines that are so broad that furries in general, like any not safe for work furry content, or even things that imply that furries are sexy, could be implied, that could be banned under this super broad way that they've worded everything. If they're gonna get rid of us, they need to be super damn clear about it. They need to make it really clear to everybody what's on the table. None of this la-di-da dog whistle shit. I'm a dog. I can hear those. I hear you. I see you, and I'm going bark. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, bark, bark. I'm sick of it. No, we gotta talk about it. Yeah, respectability politics is nothing more than a type of oppression. Exactly. And so many people within the community of like left-leaning people in general, but especially furries, have like gotten this pill that like being sexual or adult or even talking about challenging themes like violence is not okay. And like, whoa, that's what the hell? Like, since when did we become the Puritans? You gotta kill the fascists inside of you before you start talking about being an anti-fascist, chat. You cannot be all cops are bastards and then be the cop yourself. We gotta have some radical acceptance that maybe some people are just gonna be gross to you and you just gotta like block them. But like not have this be a, you know, Karen, I'm calling your manager moment. Like there are a lot of things that I find to be really weird in the fandom. And sometimes I get them served to be involuntarily by inscrutable algorithms. You know what I do? I go, and then I block it, and then I move on. I'm tired, and I don't want to deal with it. I am 30 or 40 years old, and I don't want to deal with this shit. I'm not actually 40, chat. But I had to quote the Aqua Teen quote, because it's too relevant. Like, it don't matter. None of this matters. Focus on the things that do matter. There's a military occupation in the capital of the most powerful country in the world. Militarily, anyway. We'll see about the rest. But, like, this is no time to be biting at each other's ankles. We've got bigger fish to fry. Like, damn. Shit. Sorry. I didn't mean to go there so hard tonight, chat. But, like, yeah, you go, oh, I see. And then you move the frick way. Like, chat, I worked downtown in Seattle, in the most dangerous parts of town, for 6 years. And I didn't go crazy. I didn't freak out and decide that everybody in Seattle was bad. I learned how to sharpen the fuck up and notice when things were sussy, and got away from weird things before problems could start. I was proactive about cultivating my environment so that I was at the minimum possible threat level. And this applies to your online experience as well. It's crazy. Yeah, if you go to a club and the vibes are bad, you just leave. If you go to a stream you don't like and the person's annoying, you just leave. If you see a community of people that you're not chill with and they're not harming anybody, just let them do their thing. And I know that sounds like radical and evil to some people maybe, but like, I mean, it's different when they're trying to harm people or conspiring to harm people. That's a problem. But like, if it's just some people being like, I really like pool toys, like, okay, whatever. Not my monkeys, not my zoo. Just walk out. You can leave. Hit the bricks. Yeah, okay. It's, yeah, my interests lie elsewhere and I don't need to worry about it. I'll be real with you, chat. I don't really do things IRL particularly. I just sort of exist over here wanting to press my buttons and make cool stream stuff. So all of this like weird stuff that I see from people on the internet about like what cartoons are doing, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying like there are some things I think are like maybe we shouldn't proliferate this kind of stuff around too much, but like I just don't, in this time where I'm seeing that used to justify like every single message in the EU being scanned to look for things that they deem to be bad, there's no way that's going to stop at just what they say it's going to be. We've already seen that happening. We've already seen these tools being used in crazy ways globally. YouTube has age verification now. Freaking Twitter added age verification. There's these AI systems in like every social media app and they're not very good. They're not actually going to keep predatory people out. They just provide a smokescreen. And if you haven't noticed, the people pushing this the hardest are the ones that seem to have the most to hide. They protest too much. They're like, no, 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 no. We're doing this for you. We're doing this to protect you. Don't look at the skeletons in my closet. I don't know, chat. When the president is deploying the military because Big Balls got beat up by a 15-year-old girl and he wants to look good because people online are yelling at him for the things that he did, maybe not the time to be having infighting. Yeah, just, you know, look at who these laws benefit. Look where the money is. Look who stands to benefit and look who stands to lose out. And realize, like, we are on the side of the oppressed. And we outnumber them. Go watch the movie A Bug's Life, chat, and come back to me with your newfound praxis. It's 100% about surveillance. Yep, they want to see everything. They want to have their police state. They want to see anybody that's talking about ever defying them in any way that matters. And they want to squash it. They want to send people to your house. You're in the deep south, we have fire ants. Ugh, God. I remember fire ants. I used to visit my grandparents in Florida. Greetings. Hi, Keem Wolf. How you doing? How you been? Yeah, frick fire ants. And also, frick those love bugs that are in Florida. The things that looks like fireflies, but they are not fireflies. And they have orange blood and they fly around in droves. And they are constantly mating, so they're stuck together, which is why they're called love bugs. And they fly together in tandem. And they get squished by your car and leave orange guts that stains your paint. And acid burns your paint. And frick those guys. I heard they're an invasive species. Frick love bugs. Frick Florida, actually. Fuck Florida. Sorry to all my Florida homies, but fuck Florida. I've spent cumulative years of my life in Florida, and I have an educated opinion about that one. Forcing the government to read every tweet ever tweeted so they can go, yes, this was good. Yeah, it's not even sustainable, but it's evil and it's wrong. Like, we cannot profess to love freedom and not, you know, want censorship and then have this happen. This is the end. This is the end of it, chat. Like, if this goes through, we basically have to build a new internet because this one's over. Like, this is Cyberpunk 2077 levels of dystopia because the ID verification isn't going to stop those bots that are flooding the data centers. They aren't going to be stopped by this. They're just going to send pictures of this person does not exist to the same algorithms that are judging if we're human or not. Like, this is not going to work out, but it's going to make it harder for everybody that ever deigns to put the real information into the system. This is literally Metal Gear Solid 2. Chat, this is the Patriots. We are talking about the clumsy ass, nefarious, stupid, real life fascist version of the Patriots. This is where we're at. We're literally there. Like, it's no longer a prediction of the future. Kojima is no longer some kind of Nostradamus looking into what's to come. It's here. It's now. It's on top of us. And we gotta say something. And I cannot express fully how I feel about this, but I will say it's time to really seriously make the differentiation between making phone calls and putting pressure on people. We need to be protesting outside of every corporation that's responsible for these places. And frankly, outside of the homes of prime decision makers in these matters, whether they be politicians or CEOs, because frankly, there's no difference anymore. It's the same thing, chat. Yeah, don't build the Torment Nexus. Yeah, they followed Kojima like an instruction manual. Here, this clip itself, chat, is itself AI generated, which I normally find to be extremely morally unethical, but it sells the point so hard that I'm gonna make a rare exception. I found this like a year or two ago, and I saved it back before I had fully formed my opinion on how I felt about the technology involved, because the message of it was so important.
Censor any use related to social taboos. Then we will censor anything else that we desire. If anyone complains, we will accuse them of wanting to engage in or promote social taboos. First, we will censor any use related to social taboos. Then we will censor anything else that we desire. If anyone complains, we will accuse them of wanting to engage in or promote social taboos. First, we will...
Yeah, that sounds really familiar, doesn't it? Yeah, so, you know, act now. You are not immune to propaganda, chat. Think very hard about who you talk to, what you say, and what is happening right in front of us. Sorry about the whole diatribe. That was an hour of woof. But I really needed to talk about that, and I will have subathon info soon, chat. That is the other thing that I wanted to show you tonight, and I didn't get a chance to do that because art scammers and this and, you know, everything happens so much. But I really am excited to play Mega Man 7 tonight. Everybody in the Discord seemed surprisingly excited about it. We held a vote. If you want to be part of the game votes in the future, make sure to hop into that DigiDoggi Discord. It's a really cool community. And you can join in the renegade votes that I have sometimes when I can't figure out what I'm going to play. You are? After all what you said, wait, huh? Which what? I'm excited to play Mega Man? Of course I'm excited to play Mega Man. I love playing Mega Man. That is my comfort activity. The good robot doggo has gone rogue from the system. Literally, chat, that is my backstory after all. Go to my VGen, check it out. Go look at my lore. That is the most current form of my lore. I put a lot of work into that page. It's fun to look at. Hello, sorry for the late. No worries, cool game. I was just yapping for like a full hour. So it's actually good that you stopped it when you did. So what I'm gonna do, chat, is I'm gonna set up the mister and make sure that Mega Man 7 is all ready to go. I'm gonna take our quick 5-minute breather because it's already the top of the hour. You just sounded to be like, we're so cooked. Anyway, let's play the Mega Man. I mean, I literally... Chat, the metaphor runs thin. I'm a robot dog that figured out who I am and didn't quite fit in with my society. So I hide away in a bunker and play cool video games that I broadcast out to you. It's kind of, the subtext is more like just text. So yeah, you know, me kind of being like, all right, let's chill and have a nice time. Like, I know about the horrors, chat. Believe me, I know about the horrors. The whole point of the stream is like, this is the place we go to chill and have a nice time so we have the strength to face them again. You know? So, you hate the term lore, you hate the term content, I hate the post-2010s internet. Ah! Look, I getcha. I have to roll with the times. I could say backstory. It's my backstory. It is. It's my canon. Does that help? Either way, go check out my VGen. It also shows all the colors of the DigiDoggi, so you can perfectly color pick them if you ever want to do fan art. And oh my god, I'm so hungry. Holy cow, I'm so hungry. Why am I suddenly so hungry? Anyway, yes, my backstory is there. You can see lots of cool information about that. And it's just a cool thing where you can see lots of art that I've commissioned or that fans have drawn. I really should add some more. Either way, chat, I'm gonna go take that 5-minute breather and hump down a snack too really quickly while I'm at it. And then we'll start up with Mega Man 7. Thanks for listening to me yap. Let's go have some fun really soon. Right after these messages. Be back soon.
Mega Shock Neo Geo.
強い奴らが帰ってきた。スーパーリアルアクションゲーム流行の剣2
SNK.
イエーイ！ついにアイシールド21がプレイステーション2になったぜ。ルールなんか知らなくたって迫力の演出でアメフトを楽しく面白く実感できるぜ。プレイステーション2アイシールド21アメフトやろうぜ。12月22日発売。ハードもローコン、さらに急げばもらえるネックストラ
地上にはないドラマがある。
じゃりんこっちへか。
ファミコンカフェジャリンコ知恵絶賛発売中。今始まるハラハラボンバー伝説。カフェ炸裂立体新爆破2064でボンバーマン。
タプコン。
ほらね、奥さん、見て見て、ネギだってね。ハンバーグだって、ほら。
料理アクションゲーム俺の料理。
すいません、3つください。
プレイステーション。
オーバーフォース。その時誰が予測し得ただろうか。対戦の始まりを。
出撃してください。
360度がスタートだ。 3D 空間シミュレーション。オーバーフォース。発売中。
Oh, there we go. Sorry, muted. That's a little different. Welcome back, everybody. I'm DigiDoggi, your favorite dog-shaped robot corgi girl, and it seems I've lost some polygons during the break here. We're going to be playing some Mega Man 7 tonight, so it only felt appropriate. Let's go ahead and kick that mister and get it Get it alive here. Get Mega Man rolling. Papa. Ooh, looks like it's ready to go. Thanks for waiting during the break, everybody. I really appreciate you. Viewers voted for this tonight in the Discord, so thank you again for selecting the game. The runner-up tonight, I believe, was XCOM Enemy Within, which I'm still having a ton of fun with that, so we'll definitely go back for more of that if you guys are still down. I mostly worry I've been pushing it for too long. Oh, Battlefield 6 beta was the runner-up tonight, actually. You know, I will try to play that more tomorrow if I have time, but I have a bunch I need to do because on Sunday morning, I'm going out of town to hopefully finally fix my truck, or at least do half of the work that I need to do, because I need to replace the timing chain, and I also need to basically strip down the interior and treat it for rust, because it's letting water in, and I live in the Pacific Northwest where that is a big problem. Snack mode. There we go. All right, everybody ready? I am. I'm so hyped. Can't this thing go any faster, Otto? The city is under attack. Try and punch it up. Hang on, rock and roll. I can't believe Wily is loose again. Won't this madman ever stop? He won't be loose for long. Once Dr. Light gives Rush and me our new enhancement, Wily is history.
Whoa, into the line! The road is too unstable to keep going.
You two wait here.
Mega Man, take this helmet with you.
That's not the right one. No, that's just Rick O'Shea. Yeah, he does have a cameo in the X3.
I guess not. Personally, I kind of like the other one.
That's it. That's a lot better. If Light wasn't a note-stealing hack and gave Wily credit, this could all have been avoided. You know it didn't go down like that. Good luck, Mega Man. Who needs luck? Oh, that was easy. Doctor, are you okay? I'll bring back Roll to take care of you. No, Mega Man. We have no time. Wily is using the attack of his robots to cover his escape. Look. I love how they go like... I will. How you doing? How you been? Oh, he's doing his eyebrow thing. You've got to go now, Mega Man! Get Rush and follow Wily's spaceship! Oh, it's a spaceship now. I thought you would call it a UFO. Hi, Technicolor Doe. Yeah, I yapped for like an hour first. I was talking about current events. You didn't miss too much. It was the same thing you're probably hearing everywhere else, but it's time to talk about that. So I had to say something. Doing fine, finishing something. How about you? Not too shabby there, Will. I had a little bit of a frustrating day due to drama that I talked about a little bit earlier, but I'm reasonably confident that the money will be returned to me and that things will be okay. Riley's gone to space a few times. Yeah, but did he do it in that? I guess he did. Although at least one of those times was fake. Wow, look how many frames of animation that roller has. Dr. Wily is using the attack to cover his escape. Methodical Fox, thank you so much for the resub. Wow, I can't believe it. 34 months at tier 3. Holy cow. Thank you for your support as always, Methodical Fox. It's really good to see you. Hope you're having a good night. One of those times it was the boss fight itself. That's true, yeah. You know, I never really played the Game Boy games. I heard they're kind of ass, though. Oh, I really kind of hoped he would drop at least one health pickup. I don't want to fight base like this. Oh. Love the low poly avatar. Kind of sad you don't have the little game system in your hands. I'll have to make a separate version of it that works with the low poly avatar. I'll set up a system for it. Hey Merlin, how you doing? How you been?
This is Mega Man?
You better tell me who you are.
I'm Bass, and he's Treble. We have been trying to stop Dr. Wily while you were gone. You are much too weak to battle Wily. Maybe you better sit this one out. Let's go, Treble. I'm Based and he's Cringe.
Base? You finished The Thing remastered. I really need to watch The Thing. I still have never seen it. I know approximate knowledge about it. I'm not gonna do the same gimmick as last time. I'm not gonna make you guys write it down. Okay, I like to start with Burstman. Let's go to Burstman. Bass like the fish? Yes, that's how you pronounce bass. It's fun. How's your game? I am enjoying it. It's always a good time with Mega Man 7. We just got started. You only just watched The Thing earlier this year. It was an amazing film. You know, I feel like having spent literally hundreds of hours in Space Station 13, it's gonna be like one of those moments like where if you're an FPS fan, especially a fan of FPSs from the early 90s through the mid 2000s, you can go back and watch the movie Aliens and you're like, oh, it's everything. It's actually just literally everything. Like, you want to know what the source material for Doom is? Aliens. You want to know what the source material for Halo 1 is? Aliens. There's so many things, like literally, especially Halo. I mean, Sergeant Johnson from Halo is basically just Sergeant Apone with the serial numbers filed off. The dropship from Aliens, the Pelican, the APC literally has the same kind of turret layout as the Scorpion tank. Except it can collapse backwards, which would be kind of useful. Yeah, Doom was originally at least intended to be an Alien licensed game, so that one makes a lot of sense. But yeah, you watch like about 6 different action movies or horror movies from the 70s through the 90s, and it's like the defining aesthetic of like every FPS game, basically. You love that the best sci-fi movie is called Alien? That's like the best Western movie being called Gun. Wait, was it the best Western movie game called Gun? That got me so much that I jumped onto the spikes. I'm blaming you. There was a super popular Aliens mod for Doom, so it came back around. And then it's really funny because you look at stuff like Half-Life, and that was all inspired by that layer of it. And then Half-Life itself inspired a whole generation of other games with aesthetic like that. And Half-Life 2 is a universe that feels so real that I have dreams in the source engine. Ah, Doom. My favorite part in that franchise was when Doom Guy became friend with that good doggo from a small town and went on adventures together. Huh? That happens? Wait, really? I think I missed that part. I mean, it is really funny that the #1 post-apocalyptic game is called Fallout. And it's based on the other, even less creative name of Wasteland. Real creative names. Like I give, you know, I'll give Battletech a lot of shit, but at least Battletech kind of like describes what it is while being its own name. Fallout source material is the documentary Atomic Cafe. I'll have to watch that. It is really interesting. I used to go to diners that were basically what you would call the Fallout aesthetic when I was a pup. They were like old, really old even then. If you mix Gorp and Gup, do you get Gerps? Yes. Wait, did Gup just fire? Oh, you know, I could make it just fire without the exclamation point. That might get chaotic. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna remove the exclamation point from Gup. Gup will trigger simply upon Gup. You could still put the exclamation point if you want, but you could also just say Gup. If you mix Gorp and Gup, you get generic universe role-playing system. Yep, which is also Fallout. Fallout was just trying to be a GURPS system, but they couldn't get the license, so they made special. Turbo! I choose you. I have a turbo controller that I've used since I was a pup. It's not cheating, chat. It's equipment. Get better equipment. Ah! A good gamer doesn't blame their equipment, they buy better equipment. I see so many people with that mentality. It works, but only to an extent. You have to pick which equipment and choose your battles. I see a lot of people just like they shoot a parts cannon at their build like, what am I bottlenecked at? Why isn't this doing what I want to do? And I'm like, did you try, you know, maybe just playing the game instead of trying to run 64 tabs of Firefox in the background too? I am the equipment. That's right. Why is Mega Man inside of grape soda? I always feel like that looks like grape soda too. It looks delicious. Oh, it's Yoku block time. I have to make the noise compulsively or I can't navigate these. See, it works. Dr. Wily is attacking the grape soda factory. No, that's what Burstman was doing before Dr. Wily was like, oh yeah, we're taking over the world again, actually. He's like, oh man, really? I just got a job at Joe and Soda. We were gonna try to recreate Mountain Dew Pitch Black. Reminds you of the water from Chemical Plant Zone. That is also water that is forbidden delicious soda. I also want to drink the liquid in Chemical Plant Zone. Speaking of liquid that you do or do not want to drink, chat, that reminds me of one of the donation incentives for next week's subathon. It is the Thickwid. That's right. I'll have to drink the Thickwid. The thick water. Honey consistency. The what? So this is something that is sort of a trend in like a it's not pleasant to do and I will react strongly to it way because you guys seem to enjoy it when I suffer. The Thickwid is meant for people who are having swallowing problems, like they have like throat issues, partial paralysis in the throat or other things like that. So they need it to be thicker because it can be difficult with water not to choke. Hi Hazel, hope you're doing well tonight. Welcome. So yeah, the Thickwid it's water. It tastes like water, but it does not have the consistency of water at all. Your sister had to drink that stuff at one point and now she hates water. Yeah, I am only going to have a little bit of this because I certainly wouldn't want to, you know, sour my opinion of water like that. Water is good for doggies, but this is something I'm doing with some trepidation. It is the new Dip It. It's the Thickwid. Well.
Still a third year of Doggi.
Kitsune, yeah, that's the thickwood, see? Thank you very much, Kitsune, for 32 months. I really appreciate your support. Wow, we will. 32 months. 16 months. 8 months. 4 months. 2 months. The DigiDoggi! Alright, let's see if I still got it in me to beat Busman. I hate his patterns so much. I really have to be on my toes with this guy. His biggest danger is that he'll shoot the bubbles at you and get you distracted and then make you rise up to the ceiling where the spikes are. His attacks aren't so dangerous. It's what they do to your control. So you have to watch out for his animations and clear out his projectiles and try to animation loop him whenever you get the chance. And it can be a pain in the butt because if you miss, you start having trouble like that. You start losing control really quickly and you have to start scrambling and he can take initiative from you very fast. He's trying to counter the lemons with grapefruit. It almost worked there. We have to outmass him with like a lemon Zerg rush. Wow, that sounds delicious. That's the new Mountain Dew flavor I crave. Lemon Zerg rush. It's full of authentic Zerg creep so that you too can become part of the swarm.
Get your new lemon Zerg rush today.
Oh, we're winner. Zerglings are allergic to lemon juice. I do not believe you. I'm not gonna lie, becoming part of a hive mind might fix me. Look, all I'm gonna say is that infested Kerrigan can get it. I will not defend my position. I will just stand by it firmly and cross my arms. The danger wrap fires out a bomb encased in a bubble, doesn't it?
Yes, Mega Man, but it can also be used to encase the other things besides bombs.
Rip StarCraft Ghost, why do you have to hurt me like this, Moonstorm? How could you do this? StarCraft Ghost, the original version of MechWarrior 5, freaking Mega Man Legends 3. Damn it. You've unlocked the power of Citrus too. Wait, there was also that Tiberium game that I wanted to play in like the 2000s. Chat, do you remember this? There was gonna be like a Tiberium game. Greetings is work. What the frick? Okay, sorry. Oh, I want to see Digi in the ghost outfit. I would love to see that. Yes, dress me up like Nova. Have you played the Mega Man Battle Network series? A little bit, yeah. I played through 1 through like most of the way through 3, I think. And then I sort of checked out, but they were pretty good. I spent them a lot with emulators though. They get tedious in the later parts of those games. I was surprised but a little bit pleased to hear that the Legacy Collection includes a mode that you can toggle at any time where the Buster becomes an infinite kill, and I actually agree with that decision. I do think that a lot of the encounters in the later game become very skippable. You're not going to really miss out on it. Turn it off for the cool, like, the non-random encounters.
Terrorists win.
Normally I have a little bit of one for... Whoa, what the... How did you get me in Moai position? Whoa, it's Lucy. Welcome, Lucy. It's good to see ya. How you doing? Wait, what is raidvirus.exe? Oh, what the frick? What? Lucy, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. It's good to see you. How you doing tonight? How you been? Whoa, a dog-shaped robot corgi girl. That's me. I'm a dog-shaped robot corgi girl. And you're a cool coyote that my chat should definitely go follow. Ignore my weird glitchy arms tonight. I need to do some tweaking to this model. But it is so good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Oh, Shabet973. Thank you so much. You are my 2,500th follower. That is extremely doggers. That is a long time goal. I am so thankful. I really appreciate your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Lucy, what were you getting up to tonight? How you doing? How you been? Chat, go follow my friend and fellow miscreant, Lucianne Lutry. A cool coyote with a fun, relaxing vibe. Sort of a schoolhouse kind of vibe. I almost spelled your name wrong. Shit, I spelled the command wrong. I'm doing really good at this, chat. There we go. You were playing Just Chatting. Oh, really? Oh, you went to Canberra and went to Ottawa. How was that? I hope you had a great time. Lucy, I'm actually doing a subathon, a mini subathon next weekend. It will be a 3-day event from the 22nd through the 24th. We'll be doing 12 hours a day for the duration of the event or until the timer runs out. So I hope I'll see you there with your community. We're going to be playing a lot of games that I don't often get a chance to play. I've got plans for stuff like Eat a Dream Barbecue, which people have been begging for. I'm going to try to do a cooking segment where I'll make a ramen kit that I got in Japan last time I was there. And I have a lot of cool stuff from Japan, little gubbins that I want to show off. I'm going to be giving away stickers and patches and maybe even some stuff that I got in Japan as well. So I'm really excited about that. I was supposed to have a graphic ready for that tonight, but I ended up spending most of my day fighting with an art scammer that I found out is notorious. Yay! Real cool stuff. But it's really good to have you here. If you need a raid and run, I totally get it. Streaming can be exhausting, but I'm going to have a fun time with some more Mega Man 7, and I highly encourage you to join. Thanks for being here, Lucy. It's really good to have you here. Let me find my camera controls. There we go. Well, it's only an Easter egg. Zerglings are, in fact, allergic to lemon juice. As confirmed by Abathur, rarely musing on not being able to fix that particular error in the evolution pit. That is really funny. Imagine if that was like really actually canon in a way that mattered. And like the Terran Dominion had like industrial lemons farms. Like they got Cave Johnson on it. They're like, we're gonna grow so many lemons! Millions of lemons! Purge the Zerglings! Those stupid Protoss had no idea! But we have citrus! God. That's like on the level of like the Emperor coming back to life and whoa, jeez, I literally made myself dizzy. Huh. Holy cow, I got a little bit too excited. Having a little too much fun tonight, chat. Alright, let's get back into it with some more Mega Man. I'm being silly. Baba. Thanks again for being here, Lucy and Raiders. Lemon juice causes perfect mitosis in hydralisks and lurkers. Wait, so like they split in two and then reform into two? Why is that bad? That sounds way OP. That's what Zerglings do, right? Basically, in the egg. Just like Metroids and Beta Rays. Oh no! I will log on and defend StarCraft 2 and its plot and characters somewhat. Keyword somewhat. You can't defend anything that happens in Heart of the Swarm. I will maybe work with you on Wings of Liberty, but here be dragons beyond yonder game. I'm the guy who's gonna burn down your Zerglings with the lemons! Exactly. Oh my god, the fire bats! They just get lemon juice sprayers instead. Oh no! All the regular Marines would call them piss boys because they're just shooting yellow liquid. Oh, they would hate it. They would hate it so much. They'd be like, no, I'm not a little pee-pee boy. I'm not. I'm not a little pee-pee boy. I shoot lemon juice. I kill zerglings. They have the plastic lemons from the grocery store they plug into their flamethrowers. Exactly. That's a good Rich impression. What the fuck, Koopa?
Stop it. Get some help.
Oh, we're having too much fun tonight. Yeah, my capture card's like, meow. Even I'm having fun. I really need a new capture card, chat. It's done that since the day I unboxed it. And no, wait, it's not Elgato. EVGA is just like, oh, sorry. And the weird part is, Richie Kupo has the exact same capture card, and his does it too. It just seems to be a thing this card does. You think they figured this out because of Zerg ate some pledge? That would be the funniest thing imaginable. I'm just imagining, like, they retake a base that was overtaken by the Zerg. And they, like, look at the surveillance video and they just see, like, a Zergling, like, eating something off the floor like a dog. And then it just, like, keels over. And they're like, my god. Oh, shit. I didn't want to... Damn you, Mega Man. I did not say scoot. I said jump and shoot. Wow, that's quite a setback, too. It's always weird waiting for the platform because, like, sometimes you'll be just off screen to the point where it doesn't spawn. And it's like when the bus doesn't come and you're like, shoot, what am I gonna do? Forget burning down someone's house. I derailed this entire stream with the lemons. God bless JC Simmons and his lemons. Wait, JJ Simmons. I mixed him up with JC Denton. But now I want to see... Wait, JK Simmons. There's one of these letters is right. The funny man who played the problem is that he is... Yeah, J.K. Simmons is not J.J. Abrams, but he is J. Jonah Jameson. See? It's confusing, chat. I'm not good at categorizing letters. I'm a neural net, doggy. I'm useless at retaining actual information. Shit, fuck, shit. See? I even forgot how to play Mega Man 7. Conscript Parker! Get me pictures of Hydralisk Man! Or I'll overload your neural inhibitor! That's like 3 layers of joke deep. You really have to be a fucking dweeb to understand that. Good thing I am a dweeb. And a dork. And a dummy doggy. This game's sprites were an institution on the early internet. Yeah, illegal Owen Wilson imposter. I was actually talking to one of the big Mega Man spriters from back then, Andrusi, who made a bunch of sprites based on this style that I straight up thought were real for a long time. He's still really good at the sprite art. I still am in touch with him. It's cool. It's been a while, Mega Man. Here's a little information. Your weapons can be used to discover hidden areas. Try using the flame weapon in the woods. Did Protovan just tell me to burn down the forest? Don't listen to your brother, Mega Man. That's not a good idea. Do not do that. Shit. You thought Ran from Bob and George was a real Mega Man character from ages? Ash Graytree, when I was like 8 years old, I was on IRC talking to the person that is Ran. And every single time you used /me and said anything at him, he would obligingly die. And I was a dumb kid, so I did it a lot. For people who don't know, chat, well, where do I even start? So, Ran was a fan character that was made using Mega Man 7 sprites, and he looked like this. That's Ran, and his backstory was that he was a Soviet robot that was very, very cheaply made. So cheaply, in fact, that if he was broken, then it was just cheaper to teleport in a new one instead of repairing him, and just upload his mind to the next robot. So that's Ran. And if you even like breathed on Ran, he would die. It was a long-lasting in-joke within this community, and he appeared a bunch within the sprite comic of the community that he was a part of. And like, I'm sure a lot of people thought he was canon because he was just kind of, he had that vibe. He stands like angry Germa. That's really funny. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard said about Ran. That is so amazing that I'm going to find Ran and tell him about that. I'm pretty sure he's still out there somewhere on the internet. I think he would find that very amusing. Hey Zach and Sonic, good to see ya. How you doing? How you been? Of course I'm gonna murder the birds, Gothrid. What are you gonna do about it? Ah, almost. Wow. Mo, I just took over the stream for a second there. You been well? Glad to hear it, Zach. Really good. Should I call you Zach and or Zonic? Should it be the whole thing or one or the other? Because I can do whatever. What's the jacket say? Oh, Voidling Cat, I'm glad you asked. It's actually my patch. You can get one of these. Although it's not this huge, it's not a back patch. That would be very expensive to have made. But you can get yourself one of these in a slightly altered form by using !patch. It is super, super cool. It's because I was a member of the Lost Dog Battalion, a military unit that I was a part of after I escaped the laboratory where I was built, and now I live in a bunker. They sort of lost track of me. I kind of hope they don't find me. I might get in trouble. The official DigiDoggi patch. That's right, Methodical Fox. Made in Japan by super skilled artisans. I literally had a friend whose like expertise is textiles and embroidery machines and like repairing and maintaining. Oh, dang it. These suck and blow enemies, they always get me. Damn, I get booted out of the level too? That's rough. Well, I guess that was my karma for the birds, huh, Gothrid? But yeah, my friend who is an expert in textiles and embroidery was like, these are insanely good. All of this was handwork. Like, you cannot make a machine do this, like, automated. You have to sit there and set this up. So, these are insanely good patches, chat. You should definitely pick one up. They are literally made by the same patch store that makes them for the military. Gomer! In Yokosuka, Japan. Even Gomer wants one. Even Gomers know. Actionable pun detected. Use ! actionable pun then. We have a button for this. It's like a CNC machine, but for sewing. Yes, in that way, it's a lot like...
Pun detected.
No. Ah! Oh, okay. I really want to set up like a shock effect for that. I think that would be really fun. But yeah, with embroidery, it's a lot like how CNC jobs, a lot of the work involved in them that still requires human intervention is changing out tool heads. Although many advanced CNC machines now can change out their own tools. You still need to clean them and oversee them and feed new material into them after every part of the job and set things up for each stage of the milling, basically. It's very time consuming. And the same can be said of embroidery machines. They are stupid machines, very much so, yes. This low poly version is very cute. Thank you, Kyrella Sky. It was also made by Pine Tree Noodle. Check out avatars right there. You can find her card where you can commission her for a very cool avatar of your own. She always does a really good job. You ever want to put a dull bit in a metal CNC mill and see what happens? That sounds really scary. But there's probably a YouTube channel for that. Yeah, you gotta go into CAD software. Whoa! Frick! I've done that 3 times tonight, I think, where I've accidentally skidded when I was trying to jump. I'm gonna have to be more careful about my inputs. What's cool about CNC machines is that the glass is strong enough that if anything does blow up, and they do blow up, you will be safe. You saw your boss light himself on fire? My roommate used to work at a makerspace that no longer exists in the city here where I live, and fires were such a regular occurrence that they eventually lost their job because their crappy druggy boss did not refill the fire extinguishers enough, and when they went to try to put out a 3D printer, or sorry, laser cutter fire, there was no extinguisher in any of the fire extinguishers. None of them had any flame retardant. So they had to like put it out with their hands, basically. And then they got yelled at for not putting it out sooner and fired. So, yeah. Despite what they would like you to believe, 3D printing and laser cutting and CNC are not simply press button, receive product, receive money. You gotta put in the work. Reading some soup. Oh, good. I want soup. The coolant in CNC grinding machines is flammable, so substantial amounts of sparks equals boom. That's scary. No, I don't want that. What kind of soup does the doggy want? I like Progresso chicken noodle. That's a good soup. Another good soup is Campbell's tomato soup with like a nice grilled cheese on the side. And then you dip the grilled cheese in the soup and then you eat the rest of the soup afterward. And then of course, the goat, ramen, Ichiran. Yes, definitely. Hey, Vulture X2649. How's Mega Man 7? I love this game. Having a good time. Although I keep accidentally sliding when I don't want to. I did it on purpose there to demonstrate, but yeah, gotta be more careful. You want to be a sloppy little whore for Ichiran? Look, that ramen is worth the hour-long wait. It is totally worth it. Yes, I have absolutely had better ramen in Japan, but there's just something about Ichiran and the way that it's presented, chat. It is so good. Actually, let me see. Do I have an Ichiran video handy? I might. Let's see. No, don't. No, I don't want to eat Liberty. Do I have to? I want to eat ramen. I do have it here. 0493. Got it. Okay. 1 second, chat. I will go ahead. This is from part 2 of my Japan stream that I never got a chance to finish because life happens at you fast. I really want to take some time to finish putting all that together. Maybe just show you while I'm in Japan. That wouldn't be that weird, honestly. That'd be a good just chatting. Like, look at all the stuff I did last time. Now I'm gonna go do more stuff. Let's see. Yes, so I'm gonna show you what Ichiran ramen is like. This is Ichiran. They serve it to you in a little personal cubicle. You just put your order on a slip with exactly how you like it. You slide it in there and they close the curtain. And then they serve it to you like this. And it is amazing. And see that chopstick container right there? It actually, on there, the paper that it's wrapped in, you can use one of the pins that's hanging from the corner there and ask for extra noodles. Like if you're getting about halfway through it and you're like, oh man, there's still more broth, but I'm still hungry. Like, I'll get more noodles for 200 yen. And you just push like 200 yen there and your little, your chopstick paper. And they're like, oh, hi, of course. And then they'll just do it right away. And you get more noodles within like 15 seconds. It is so good. It made just the way you like it. It's perfect every time. It's hard to say no. And you get free water right at the table. That's what that little spigot over there is. And something I really want to point out, chat. I'm going to doodle. Sorry, I'm gonna stop it from looping though. That's probably kind of overstimulating. So right here in the corner, chat, you can see, where's my music? There we go. If you look right here, there's these little placards. See? And on the placards, hi Woodling Cat, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. So these placards have different messages on them. And if you're like sensory troubled, or you just want to communicate something, you don't want to get somebody's attention, or you just don't want to talk that day, you're just not feeling it. See that little button right here in the center? You just push down on this to summon them. And you can leave one of these out basically either way. Like if one of them says like, I need to go to the bathroom, I'll be right back. I forget what some of the other ones say, but one of it is really funny because it just says, it's loud. And I wanted to know really bad, what does it's loud do? Like, do they come out and scold everybody? Yeah, I'll be right back was one of them, because they'll just take your food away if they see an empty, you know, like an empty cubby. They're like, oh, that person must be gone. Let's get the next one rolling. So one of them is, I'll be right back. One of them is too loud. And I thought, like, are they going to come out and scold people? Like, what happens? Turns out they just turned down the music in there a little bit for you, because it can be kind of loud. More restaurants need. I'm not dine and dashing. I need to use the restroom signs. I agree. It would be, honestly, less stressful for everybody involved. But yeah, Ichiran is wonderful. The food is delicious. Is there better ramen in Japan? Yes, of course. They're making ramen in mass. But do you want consistent, delicious ramen that comes to you immediately, exactly how you like it, day after day, late into the night? You can't beat Ichiran. It's like 1,200 yen. It's ridiculous. Let's see, 1,200 JPY to USD. Yeah, if you want to get it how I like it, it's about $8. You better believe I'm gonna go there multiple times a day if you let me. Oh my god. It's so delicious. I want my ramen and I want it now. But guess what, chat? Next time I'm in Japan, I'm gonna be near Fukuoka, which is the birthplace of Hakata-style ramen. And the headquarters of Ichiran, where they got started. So you better believe I'm gonna make the trip up there and go see that. Maybe not the headquarters though. It seems like it's about a 4-hour trip if you don't have a car. But I will definitely be going to Fukuoka at the very least, because holy cow, how could I not? Golly. Alright, Mega Man has been patiently waiting for me to gush about delicious food. Thanks for the soup derail. Like genuinely, that was fun to talk about. It's the closest we have in America, Denny's. Well, it's funny because I went to Denny's in Japan and it's not really anything like the American Denny's. It too is very different. Japanese Denny's is it feels like it would cost 20 bucks if it was in America. It is fancier. Yeah, actually, Methodical Fox, go off, tell them. I'm gonna fight the sucks and blows enemy. This guy, this Archetype gets me in Mega Man X and it gets me here too. I got a recommendation to go to Uwajimaya for good food there. I would second that. Uwajimaya is cool. And it has a Kinokuniya bookstore, which is a popular bookstore in Japan. It's one of their US branches. They have incredible Japanese stationery, they have anime and manga stuff. It is a little pricey because it's imported, but it's really cool, and a lot of it's hard to find anywhere else. And if you're in the International District, you might as well go to the Pink Gorilla that's around the corner from Uwajimaya as well. I would say though, in previous eras, I wouldn't say this because I would think it was kind of stupid and wrong and judgmental, but maybe don't go alone to the International District at night anymore. It's been sort of a hotbed for crime over the past couple years. Or at the very least, if you do, look kind of like you shouldn't be messed with and like you have some street smarts and like don't engage with people. Yeah, Japanese Denny's has a wine list. It is classy. But yes, the International District is still worth visiting and checking out for sure. It's not some kind of like lawless zone or whatever, but it did get a little sketchy. Also check out International Model Toys in the International District. It has a really cool Gundam store. It is a really cool Gundam store rather. It is super, super cool. Oh, right. What am I doing? Buster fighting this guy. DigiDoggi clutch. Mega Man 7, the aesthetic. I agree, Kentarius. I love the way this game looks. There's some people that are like, oh, Mega Man's too big in this game. His sprite is too big. He takes up too much of the screen. I'm like, no. It's fine. It feels like he moves at the same pace as he did in the NES games. The Thunderbelt fires out electrically charged spheres, right?
Yes, but Mega Man, it can also be used to power some electronic machines. Ugh.
You went there during some kind of Hamburg steak rush and you don't realize how savory food can get until you're enjoying Divi Glass and Sencha tea in a quiet Denny's on a rainy night by Mikasa Koen. For real. It's crazy. Like, Japan loves umami. They made up the word for it. Nobody had identified that as a distinctive flavor before, but it totally is. And then they went along to master it. You prefer 8 and Mega Man and Base's aesthetic? Well, good news for you. I'm gonna play Mega Man 8 during the subathon because I never played it before. And I know people are excited about that. So tune in next weekend and keep that timer rolling. Junk, man. Chad, I'm so excited for Japanese food, I could just cry. Oh look, it's a Super Famicom. Look, chat, that's totally what that— wait, no, that's just a regular Famicom, not even Super. Regular Famicom. 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 Chat, you would not believe how often I heard Japanese people talking about Super Famicom on the train in Tokyo. I literally heard people talking about Sufami like at least twice a week when I was there. So weird. But that is definitely a Famicom. Look at that. 100%. That's what that is. When you die, you want your ashes to be scattered in a Wawa parking lot, but you want to first die in a Japanese Denny's? Oh, but Family Mart's gonna be sad. They're gonna feel left out. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Hard Man and Junk Man banned. Inappropriate. PG-13 stream. God, I love the color palettes of this game so much. It is so pretty. This game's art style sparks so much joy. The rules say this is an 18+ stream. I can still determine that I'm partially joking, but also I can sing what I want. You think your corpse and or ashes would ruin the general tired yet upbeat vibes about Family Mart? Yeah, maybe. Tired yet upbeat is a good way of describing it. I love the Family Mart jingle. Do 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 do. No, I don't have the ice yet. I can't freeze the lava. Hardman is against TOS. MasterCard will now hunt him down. That's right. Now, robot cockroaches is the most evil thing I think Wily has ever come up with. Who would do this? What twisted mind would create such a thing? Family Mart is alright, but you still prefer 7-Eleven sandwiches. That is really valid, Voidling Cat. I haven't gotten to try enough of their sandwiches. I want to rectify that next time. The hotel I'm going to be staying at has a Lawson in the parking lot as well. So I'm going to try to be adventurous, and I think one of the things I'm going to do when I stream is every day that I stream there, I'm going to try to have a different kombini food to eat and react to on the stream. That sounds like a lot of fun. You unironically got fat at one point by eating 7-Eleven food for a few months in a row. Oh yeah, nobody... It's really funny. Everybody in Japan, like, gets this, like, international reputation of, like, Japan is a healthy country. All the food in Japan is really healthy. All of it is really wholesome and good for you. And then Japan is like, carbs, protein, more carbs, more protein. Ooh, sugar-coated strawberries, chocolate. It's just that everywhere has fucking stairs. And like so many of them. Sea King McMeesmash, that's an incredible name. Thanks for joining us tonight. Welcome, welcome. Hope we're doing well tonight. Thank you again for the follow. Wait, thank you again? I don't think I thanked you the first time. Thank you for the follow. Now thank you again for the follow.
Greetings.
We're gonna get yakisoba dogs? We are? I'm down. I could be a yakisoba dog. Oh, thanks for the cheer. Thanks for the on-screen celebration, Travis. Thank you for the congrats. Wow, we finally made it to 2,500. That is super doggers. Now, this is kind of a stretch goal, but I'd really like to get to 3,000 by the end of the year. That would make me a really happy doggy. Also, we just got Rush Jet. Yes! Really good thing to have here. Very, very happy. Urishi. I'm happy. You remember trying this and sucking at it? Really? I don't have too much trouble with this area, but Mega Man 7 is my comfort game, so that probably factors into it a little. Good evening, Corgi. How you doing? How you been? And thank you for the head pass there, CK. It does help that Japan also has a lot of great pedestrian infrastructure, at least in the cities. I'm really curious to see, chat. So the place I'm going to be staying this time, let me give some context for anybody who doesn't know. So Methodical Fox has a job working for the government and has to go to a military base in Sasebo, which is near Nagasaki in Japan, and basically be in a hot warehouse kicking boxes for a few weeks. And he's like, well, if I have to suffer, at least you can have fun. So, you know, you want to, the hotel is covered by the US government. We'll just fly out there and food is cheaper in Japan. And I'm like, yeah, I just lost my job recently. And, you know, if I'm paying rent with streaming one way or another, there's no reason I can't do that in Japan too. So I'm just going to frick around in Japan for a few weeks. 3 weeks, precisely. And then I'll be back to the usual and eating, like, canned water soup. That's exactly what you sound like. I'm sure we have some other people in here who can verify. Yeah, it's a very strange and lucky series of circumstances, and I won't lie, I feel a little weird about it. What kind of strange world is this where, for one brief moment, it makes more financial sense to frick off out of the country for 3 weeks than it does to sit in my room doing nothing. But, you know, I'll take it. I'll take my opportunities where I can get them. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, I'm going to bring all the camera stuff and get even better footage this time, chat. Because I learned a lot on my last trip about how to get better footage and what I should be taking footage of. So I'm really enthusiastic about that. And I have a project that I want to do as well. I think I might be able to make scans of areas using my 3D camera to basically create a virtual VR simulacrum of them, which would be so cool. Like, wouldn't you like to come to a 3D photo with me in VR chat of some of the places that I've gone? I think I'll be able to simulate a depth map for them, sort of, so that it'll be not quite like being in a 3D space, but it'll be sort of like it. It'll be almost like being there. His head comes off when you hit him with electricity. He is junk, man. How goes everything? Good to see you, Rookbox. Good to see you. Good, honestly. Pretty good so far. I had a weird day, but I'm really enjoying stream tonight, so we're all good for now. Oh. Thanks to the Nokia. The junk shield will protect the user with rotating spheres, right? Yep, yes, man, but the spheres can only absorb so much damage before they are destroyed. They don't really look like spheres to me, chat. We get Friday once again. It's a Friday once again. That's right. Thanks, David Lynch. And speaking of which, chat, it is also the top of the hour once again. We gotta go take a quick breather, grab yourself a stretch and a snack. We'll be back before you know it with more DigiDoggi and more Mega Man 7. I'm having a lot of fun with this one. We're gonna go all the way to the end. I'll see you soon, everybody, right here on DigiDoggi.
Dr. Wowie.
好きでしたよね。
ゲームボーイポケットモンスター新発売。
応援してますよ。
Welcome back, everybody. I am DigiDoggi, your favorite dog shaved robot corgi girl. I really appreciate you guys waiting during the break. You know they're not my favorite, but they're way better than getting pre-roll ads, so they're definitely what I prefer to do. Let's go ahead and have some more fun with Mega Man 7. We're having a very silly and chaotic stream tonight, and I'm honestly really enjoying it. Hope you guys are as well. Thanks again. Pre-rolls do suck. Yeah, I would definitely prefer to just take a breather. I really actually, like, I can't express chat, like, those hourly breaks, they help me a lot too. Like, they make a big, really big difference for how long I can go and how I'm feeling. Gives me a chance to hydrate and stretch and have some Seattle medicine maybe. You know, just a little green. But, that's, you know, I won't talk about that too much. They don't like it. The advertisers hate it. Alright, let's play some more Mega Man 7. We're gonna go beat Crystal Man. Oh, Freeze Man. Sorry, I always forget that all the ice enemy robot masters, they have like really interchangeable names to me. Crystal, Freeze, Ice, Frost, Snow. I don't think there actually was a Snowman. I think they're like, nah, that sounds too silly. Kind of chilly man. I think there is a chill man that— wait, no, I was thinking of chill dude. Also, this bear enemy is really cute, but it takes too many hits. You'd see more movies if they were like 3 or 4 hours, but they had intermissions again. Honestly, this sounds pretty cool. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and get ourselves a treat. Oh yeah, Chill Penguin does count, huh? He's not a robot master, but he totally counts. There's a difference, chat. Mavericks are not robot masters, okay? Actually.
Greetings!
Greetings, Bill said the science kid. Robots are furry. You mean Reploids? I mean, it's a little more complex than that. So, robot masters in Mega Man are a specific category of kind of robot. These robots here in these levels, they often don't really have any specific name, these like general purpose or work robots, but when they are named, especially in the Mega Man X series and onwards, they're called mechanoids. They're basically simple. They're like your Roomba. They have their programming. It does what it's for. Then you have robot masters who were designed as basically like sentient overlords of the mechanoids to help control and coordinate them at work sites and things like that, while being liaisons between the robots and their creators and their owners. So they're powerful, basically general AIs that can control and oversee a lot of mechanoids, which is why they are robot masters. Robot masters still have programming like mechanoids. It's just a lot more complicated, and they have a limited ability to interpret it. That is to say, they can sort of like figure out a little bit of wiggle room occasionally in how things work. Mega Man even is technically a robot master. He cannot override his core programming. Yeah, it does have a lot of frames. It rotates real good. Now we have, let's see, which parts do I have? I don't have the us yet. I need to get the us so we can spell rush. But yeah, robot masters, they have a limited lifespan. They are designed to go until a certain date, and then they expire, and they are supposed to shut down. Like, that's it. They're like, that's just how it is. We're like we got planned obsolescence built in. We're just equipment. And like, in the comics even, Mega Man has like a huge crisis over this. He's like, but you're alive though. And they're like, you're just different, Mega Man, because you're Dr. Light's son. Your role is being his son. But like, I'm here to pour concrete, and when the new concrete pourer bot comes out that's better than me, that's it. Like, that's it for me. I'm not mad about it. That's just how it is. Like, the other robots just sort of mostly accept this as their lot for at least a great deal of the series. So it's a really weird universe. Yeah, I'm glad you know what I'm talking about, Illegal Owen Wilson Imposter. It's a really powerful scene from the Archie Mega Man comics. I liked Quake Woman. I agree, Ash Gray Tree. She was cool. She was a really cool OC. That's actually a lot of what Mr. Mega Man is about. Oh, that weird looking manga? I really want to see more about that. That looks so interesting. Is it too late to save it here, chat? Let's see. It's okay, they go to Robo Heaven. I think we already saw where they go, Sigma Steve. They go to Junkman's level. Also, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a good evening. The replies are also partially based on... Well, you're sort of right, Honker Lion Reload. You're close. So the thing is, like, and we're gonna see some of this in this game too. At this point in Mega Man 7, Dr. Light is already working on the core research for what will be Mega Man X, who is a different and separate robot that is not Mega Man here. He is a successor. He's like a younger brother to him, even though he looks like a larger person. His proportions are more like heroic and like adulty, whereas Mega Man is Astro Boy by any other name. Like, that's what this is. This game series is Astro Boy with funny powers. Archie is surprisingly good at thinking about emotionally resonant aspects of the properties they adapt and focusing on it. Especially since I think I understand why you mistook it for IDW. Ian Flynn was one of the big people involved with the Archie Mega Man comic, and he was really into the whole lore. He really paid a lot of attention and folded that deeply into the stories that he was trying to tell. But, so, we defined what a robot master is. And Mega Man it's really interesting. Proto Man may not fall into the the category of any of those things. Proto Man defied his programming, defied his identity, left his home because he was scared he would lose himself because he had a flawed power core, and he didn't want to let Dr. Light trade it out because he's like, what if that's part of me? What if that's my soul? Like, what if I'm a different being after all of that? And so he just leaves. He's like, I'd rather be cursed with mortality and live alone and like with a half-life than not be alive at all. Like, I don't know. Like, he really had a whole mortality crisis about this. And then he has like a continuing lasting crisis about who he is. And I think that's so compelling. And that's, you know, really deep for a kid's game that's basically just a copyright-free ripoff of Astro Boy with the serial numbers filed off. And you know, a lot of that was present in the original, but it wasn't very fleshed out. And then you get to the Archie Mega Man comics and it's like, damn, okay. And the Ariga Mega Man mangas as well, although I haven't gotten to read as much of those. It's just such an interesting universe that Capcom sort of stumbled into creating. And it's like Star Fox in that way, where they just don't really do enough with it. It has so much more potential. Never heard of Star Gladiator. I'll have to look into that. Plasma sword, huh? Alright, he's weak to junk. He just hates grossness, I guess. He just doesn't want to be dirty. He's like, ew, yucky. I don't know why Freeze would be weak to junk, but whatever. Oh god, it's junking my sound card too. Jeez. We're a winner! That was easy. Jeez, I feel kind of bad. I know I use an E-tank, but still. Who built the robot dinosaur skeleton is a very good question, Ash Gray Tree. That's what I would like to know. I'm really good at drinking. I'm really good at hydrating, chat. Ow. Excuse me. You didn't hear that. I am hydrating. I'm not drinking. Ow. Welcome home, Mega Man. Dr. Light, what do you think of bass? Oh, I'm all about that bass, Mega Man. No trouble. His actions don't seem to indicate a threat. I don't believe he is our enemy. Hey, Scar Maestro. Wait, this isn't a PNG. This is just an avatar. What is this? Why are you attacking the robot museum? Sigma Steve, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. You must leave now, Mega Man. I hate fighting this clown. Have you met Dr. Wily yet? Not yet, but soon. At this rate, it won't be long. I might have to figure out a second game to play tonight if I blast through this too quickly. Also, here's where all the robot masters went. Look, we got Snake Man, and I think this one actually is Freeze Man. And then we got Pharaoh Man. Can I get an exclamation point got your power? And then we got Heat Man, who is allegedly Inafune's favorite. And also, sorry, I'm choking a little bit.
Now I've got your power.
Where's Woodman? Oh, they used him. He's part of an IKEA set now. I'm sorry. There we go. No, I don't need that. Maybe I do need to hydrate again. Sorry, once. Sorry, Chad. It's that thing where you try to drink and it goes down the wrong pipe and then it just feels weird for a few minutes afterwards. Streamer's worst nightmare. Oh yeah, Quickman was back there. Also, there's Ringman and Skullman. And he's taking Gutsman. He really loves Gutsman. He's the favorite. I hate this thing. You were joking? No, you were right. That's absolutely what he was doing. He just wanted Gutsman. He's gonna leave with Gutsman and make Guts Tank again. Guts Dozer again. I think we have to de-wrap this thing's head. which is annoying because it has a lot of iframes. And it's really hard to hit with the D-Rap. Like, stupidly hard to hit with it. Very annoying. You heard one of the Maverick Hunters from X2 is actually Dr. Wily. Yes! This is basically pretty much completely confirmed as canon. Basically the ingrammatic will of Dr. Wily. He figured out some way to allow his memories and will to persist after death. Even if it's not a like full image of his personality necessarily, it's kind of unclear if it is or not. He assumes the identity of Sergis, the guy with the... Oh, let me pull it up. You're doing this on purpose, Spicy. And I don't care because I love to talk about it. So Sergis is pretty much openly canonically Dr. Wily in Japanese X2. Sorry, Chad, I really screwed myself up by choking on that drink. But this is Sergis. He's Dr. Wily, or at least his mind, like, uploaded into a Reploid body. But of course, that brings me back to the fact that I derailed a little bit. So, the difference between mechanoids and robot masters, we established that. So, at this point in the timeline, Dr. Light is already working on the next advancement of robotics, which is a robot that can think and feel for itself with the full range of emotion and morality. There are no laws of robotics. He does look like Dr. Giro, doesn't he? So basically, he creates Mega Man X, who is a new robot that has no rules of robotics. Oh.
Mega Man, it's a disaster. What Dog Wily and his robots are rampaging through the middle of the city. Get going, Mega Man.
It's possible that the Wily we see in Legends could be Wily's mind also. I mean, it's a pretty remote chance. It would be like tens of thousands of years after the events of this game, for example, but there's nothing really ruling it out either. There's nothing definitive saying that his willpower or his thoughts were extinguished. We talk about how the artist of the Shonen Jump version of One Punch Man won the Mega Man Robot Master Contest twice when he was a kid. Sure. Did you also know that the creator of My Hero Academia, sorry, I forgot the name for a moment. My brain was trying to search for both the Japanese and English name at once. The creator of My Hero Academia got really into drawing because he really thought Crystal Snail from Mega Man X2 looked cool, and he wanted to draw him like that. He thought it looked awesome. He drew Crystal Snail a whole bunch. I like the idea of Wily's mind calming down even if it's after tens of thousands of years. Yeah, I think it's a really good headcanon and it doesn't conflict with anything else in the story, so I like it too. But yeah, there was Sergis, and then there was also Isak, who is also heavily implied to be at least partially controlled by the will of Dr. Wily, but I'm pretty sure he's just another Wily. Here's what he looks like. And he's a lot more overt about it in the end, if I remember right. Oh no, Turbo Man. Why did I pick him? I'm so bad at Turbo Man. Alright, let's see if I can lock in. You like the idea of him finally learning his lesson and being like, you know what, it ain't worth starting this grudge back up. Yeah, especially when he knows, he probably would know what the stakes are a little bit. No. No, that's a Richie Kupo thing. Silly Hoofy. Also, I love this guy. I love his Hachimaki, his like headband, like he's a working dude. And I love that if you get up behind him, like if you use the super adapter and jump up back behind him, he like puts his arm on the back of the chair like somebody's supposed to actually do. Like he changes gears and then he backs up properly like you're supposed to do as a responsible motorist. I think that's great. That's such a lovely little sprite touch. Wily watching from the shadows as robots go on to act freely and make their own choices independently for thousands of generations.
Oh shit! All I did was invent humans again.
Yeah, pretty much. He's just like, well, time is a flat circle, I guess. But yeah, to get back to it, sorry, I keep looping around. I get very excited about Mega Man. Forgive me, chat. Gomen sorry. So, Dr. Light is trying to make the next thing. It's Mega Man X. He has no rules, but he knows that for X to be like a responsible human being that can use his tremendous power as like a super powerful fighting robot responsibly, he needs to go through at least 30 years of simulations in like a little pod so that it can help fully form his brain with all of his data set to be a good little AI. So he puts him in a capsule and he's like, I'm gonna die before this is all done. So I'm gonna bury him with like a message to anybody who finds him in the future to please be responsible and not build robots like this without doing the full like, you know, the moral training thing. I still have to hammer that out. Like basically Dr. Light makes him just like live until he's in his 30s and has formed some basic responsibility and morality and like taught him to care about other people. And then over 100 years later, Dr. Kane finds the ruins of Dr. Light's laboratory with the capsule that contains Mega Man inside, and he unearths him. Now, I should note that Dr. Kane is not a scientist of robotics like all of the other doctors that we typically see in Mega Man. He's an archaeologist. He's just digging around in there. He's like, what's this? And he finds X in this capsule, and he opens up the message, which you can actually see as like the opening screen in Mega Man X1. And it's basically like, hey dude, this is super dangerous. Yeah, we find out what would have happened if X didn't go through the morality training when Copy X is built in Mega Man Zero series. That's true. But I get ahead of myself. So Dr. Kane activates Mega Man X, who is simply named X. He's not actually called Mega Man X. He's just called X. Because X is an infinite variable and it's meant to represent his endless potential. Because he can make whatever he wants of his life, for good or for evil. It's basically Dr. Light's ultimate test of like, was this whole robotics thing a good idea? Spoiler, not really. So Dr. Kane activates X and he comes out and he's like, wow, this person is amazing. He's so smart and nice and friendly and helpful. And he's gonna agree to help me make more robots like him. Because at this point in the setting, something bad has happened, it's implied, and there are no robot masters anywhere. There are only, like, mechanoids. And not that many of them, either, comparatively. It's mostly, like, humans. Something really bad happened. Probably the humans being all burned by, like, you know, 10 plus, 11 plus, fuck! 11 times dying to Dr. Wily's spikes in his robot wars. So like, alright, fuck this, no more sentient robotics for like a century. And then Dr. Kane finds X and he's like, wow, this guy's amazing. And then he convinces X to help make robots like him. So one of the first, if not the first, Reploids, which is the name for the robots that X helped to make. One of the first ones is Sigma, who turns out to be the big bad in the X series, but also kind of a big victim. Because the whole thing is, Dr. Wily, seeing what was going on with Dr. Light's X project, was like, well, I'm not gonna let him make a one-up on me.
I'm going to have a sapient robot too, except he's going to be a fucking asshole. And I'm going to program him with one directive anyway. He has to kill all of Dr. Light's robots and cause a bunch of fucking problems for no reason.
And so that's how Zero exists, is he basically made an asshole robot to fight X. But then he died before Zero could be deployed from his capsule or whatever the hell was going on with him. At some point, he interacted with Zero enough to realize that he couldn't control him on his own. So he created the Maverick virus as a way to control Zero. That is specifically what it was. It was to control Zero. Because he made his own free will robot, and then presumably Zero was like, you're an asshole, I'm not gonna listen to you. And he's like, fuck! So he injects him with a terrible mind virus that makes him compliant by just literally torturing him with pain.
There is a platypus? Zero? Dr. Light?
It's all the same. But yeah, he basically creates a pain compliance device that is a computer virus in Zero's brain. And then Zero ends up awakened way later, presumably because Wily included some kind of way of detecting that X was alive and awake. And the Maverick Hunters have been formed at this point, which is basically the Reploid cops. Like, there's probably tens or hundreds of thousands of Reploids. They were built very rapidly after the first few ones seemed to be such a huge success, because like Sigma was super charismatic and cool. People really like Sigma. He was an awesome dude apparently, and he was super good and radical. But as they built more Reploids, more of them started to do crimes because they had free will, but they were still, powerful robots. So they needed other Reploids to hunt them down and like hold them responsible. And it started out as just, being Reploid justice system. But then, some Reploids decided that they were better than people and decided that they needed to start massacring people even. So the Maverick Hunters very quickly became a militarized force of the nice Reploids who like humanity versus the psychotic Reploids who want to kill everything. Maybe just use Rush Jet over the spikes. We could try. I'll get bumped off by the tires, but I'll try. So Sigma was he volunteered to be the leader of the Reploids that were the new force called the Maverick Hunters. And he was apparently super fucking charismatic and like really good at it. And was just overall pretty well respected. And then one day they got a call that there was a psychotic red Reploid fucking around in a big warehouse and causing problems and hurting people. So he and his team went out because apparently they had already sent out like a lesser team and the Reploid cleaned their clock. So Sigma was sent out to personally fight this guy, and he shows up and it's Zero, and he's just absolutely unhinged. It's Zero, and he looks like he did in X1 with the round shoulders, and he, I believe, doesn't even have a saber at this point. But he sees Sigma and he's like, yeah, yeah, in like really bad voice acting ease. And then he lunges at Sigma with a pipe.
We are not enemies!
Shut up!
Yeah, basically like that, but it's Sigma trying to be like, what are you doing? And Zero's like, ha 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 ha! And then he just attacks. So Zero pulls out a big ass pipe and just goes for it, attacks Sigma. Oh, damn, you can't rush jet and use an item at the same time. How not doggers is that? Sigma is getting his ass beat by Zero. He's like having a bad time with it. But then Zero goes like in bad 90s anime dubbing, and he like starts screaming and clutching his head because the Wily virus inside him is activated. Presumably because it's just meant to go off whenever it detects unbridled aggression. And then Sigma takes his opportunity and just punches him right in the crystal, which has a W on it. And that incapacitates Zero. And in the process, both seemingly purges the Maverick virus from his body, but also spreads it into the world, including into Sigma. which means that Zero is the first one with the Maverick virus. He is Patient Zero. That's what the twist! Plot twist, the Zero virus activates in response to gay thoughts. Oh, no wonder Zero keeps coming to life for X then. It heals him. It traveled up Sigma's arm into his body. Yeah, well, yeah. Depends on the interpretation, but that's how I choose to believe it. But I also think it sort of becomes like an airborne thing.
Mega Man, have you collected the R, U, S, and H circuit plates? Collect all the plates and Dr. Light will create new equipment for you. Good luck, Mega Man. I'll see you later, if you survive.
I really do need my rush plates. I should have them already. Sigma's arm is actually USB 3.2 compliant. God, USB is such a mess. Universal my ass. Sorry, I was trying to think of something insightful to say about USB, but it's all just such a mess. I don't even know where to start. We just should damage boost through here. This area sucks. But yeah, after Sigma was infected with the Maverick virus, he was more or less asymptomatic at first, but he slowly became more of an asshole. But he also started convincing his sub-lieutenants to go along with it. Damn it. I got totally ruined. At least we can restart from here. Norton was the first to die in the Robot Master Purge. No! You can't infect me with the Maverick virus. I got Norton. Oh, it's a trick. You don't want that. You don't want that. No power-up is good in these segments. No. No. Faster. Faster. Out of the frying pan and into the CC truck. This is CC truck, chat. It's named for the little lion statues that are outside of shrines in Japan.
Drop a train on him, Edgar.
You'll never get Edgar Ware. He is immune. You'll never find him to get rid of him. You got infected with the raid virus. Oh no. Or with the Maverick virus. That might be worse. Or kind of hot? I'm not sure. Evil Maverick Spicy sounds pretty cool, actually. What would Maverick Luca look like? Now I'm intrigued. Also, damn, these things, you cannot jump on them. They look like you can jump on them. You should not try. CC Truck is a cruel mistress. Luca has a rage for him. Ooh. Sigma had a fascination with retro tech, so he installed old tech into himself because he loved MP3s. Honestly, that would be really a cute thing to see. There are actually characters in Mega Man that are canonically named MIDI and Techno, which is very funny and also very late 90s when they were created. You gotta love it. Boy, I sure hope I have enough life to deal with this. I do not- oh man, this is probably gonna be the end of the line for this one. I don't have his weakness, and I'm not very good against fighting Toboman. He's very difficult. I do love the colors of his background though. Yeah, his attacks are BS. I'm not very good at dodging them. They really liked making enemies that could suck you towards them and then push you away in this era of Capcom's games, I notice. I mean, I get it's a pretty common side-scrolling obstacle, but I feel like they really liked it. You remember when all electronic music got called techno? Yeah, that used to be a thing. There was no differentiation. Like, all of the, like, I didn't know, like, there was no... Somebody who was somewhere was probably calling it things like breakcore and breakbeat, gabber, and electronica, and, you know, all of these different subgenres. There was not really, like, you got house music, if you knew about that stuff. There was house music, trance music, and then the rest you just called it techno, if you didn't know. Yeah, see? Burcake it even mentions house music. Let's see, where was my rest of my... Did we get the panel here? We got R and H. Where do we get the rest of them? I know I got the panel from here. Oh, right. We could go here and get one. Then there's industrial. Hell yeah. Industrial dancing under that bridge forever. It is. I mean, it sort of is. IDM is a funny genre because literally no one likes that name. It's just something that some magazine columnists started calling it, and yet it persists. That is really funny because it sounds so pretentious and they all know it, but they can't stop.
Greetings!
Hi, Billy. How you doing? How you been? Hey, Space. Greetings. Welcome in. Oh, I think I can imagine that, Spicy. I love these little guys. I love Metool so much. My grandma helped me make a Metool plush when I was a little doggy. Now that's love. She's like, I don't know what this is, but it makes you happy, so let's go get some fabric. I wish I still had it. It sort of started to disintegrate with age. There were like several attempts at the Metool plush even. I wanted to make it better. I wanted to make something like store quality, but it turns out making plushes is pretty hard. Someday I would like a doggy plush, but there's gonna have to be a complete change in the current tariff situation to make that viable, I think. Calling it intelligent implies we think everything else is dumb, and calling it dance music is wrong, because it's meant for listening in your comfy chair with your good headphones. Yeah, a very succinct way of describing that. The Max Special Edition had 3 extra songs on it that you cannot find on the internet. You can find the original. Wait, which game? Hold on, which Jacob ad? Which? Oh, Descent 2, the Max Special Edition. Oh, I think I know somebody that might have that. We might be able to pull that out and get it onto archive.org. Ooh, wait. Let me message. Hey, 6-armed werewolf. Hey, do you have Descent 2 Mac Edition by any chance? I'm gonna track this down, Dagamad. I have the connections for this. You've come to the right doggy. This is the exact kind of esoteric thing that I somehow know a guy for. I know a guy for everything, but the problem is the guys are going out of business, chat. It's driving me crazy. Oh, you have it? You should rip it. They rip it? They rip it? Yeah, it is really funny that Battle Network is basically a parallel timeline where they focused on making, like, desktop pets instead of robots. They're like, the future is Bonzi Buddy, actually. It's also very, very funny because the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection literally uses VTuber software to portray Mega Man.exe in the menu screens. Like, wow, we came full circle there. Wild. You probably ripped it a dozen times at this point. Each time technology improved, you ripped it again. Somehow only the Linux box will read it now. Oh, that's not good. I mean, Dagamad, they've been using AI and voice recognition for years. Again, neural networks are not a technology that is just categorically evil and bad. Like, it is a technology that can be used responsibly, like most technologies. The problem is that they are unethically sourcing data sets and forcing them into things that it doesn't matter in, shouldn't be used in, is completely and totally ineffective at, and is just generally, like, wasting resources and stealing from people. Like, okay, so, like, the keyboard in your phone, when you type things to your friends and it suggests the next word for you, like, when you type and it suggests the because you like to say and the this or whatever, that's also a neural net basically. It's just a very simple algorithm, but it is still that technology on a smaller scale. It's just that your data set is, you know, a text file in your phone with everything you've ever typed being weighted for the frequency of how often you said it. That's it. That's all it is. That is basically what ChatGPT is. It's just that they stuff the whole internet into it. And it sucks because the only objective it has is to spit out sentences that are readable to a human. They don't have to be correct. They just kind of have to be something that you're like, okay, yeah, that sounds right. That's it. They don't care. They can't care. They can't even comprehend. It is beyond their abilities. They simply will not, cannot ever. It's not possible. This whole idea that one day ChatGPT will become sentient and it will be able to like do your taxes and greet you like Jarvis and activate a robot arm in your bedroom to start the coffee machine for you. Never, ever going to happen. I'm sorry, chat. Artificial general AI? Speaking as a literal fictional robot who is one of those on some level. It's not gonna happen. It can't happen. And it certainly won't happen with fucking LLMs and fucking pattern recognition. How do you feel about Wi-Fi being used as a radar system? It's creepy, but it's not news to me. I saw articles about that like 10 years ago. It is distressing that the police just have a tablet that they can use to look in your house and figure out exactly where you are. And it also makes me wonder why the hell we didn't give this technology to, like, I don't know, Ukrainians trying to push Russian invaders out of their country so that they didn't have to go door to door shooting and like hoping not to get shot. Like, oh, there's a guy in this one. We know because we have Wi-Fi in the city still. Like, okay, let's root out the soldiers in here. Looks like there's a guy with a rocket launcher shape even. So let's just shoot a tank at that window. Like, firefighters, yeah. Instead, it only seems to get used by SWAT teams. Yeah, they give that info to police, but not ambulances. That one makes me especially mad, chat. My mother was a paramedic when I was growing up, and I used to go on ride-alongs occasionally. Especially we were in a rural area. Sometimes she would have personal owned vehicle calls where she would just stick a spinner light on the Honda Passport and put her jump bag in and be a first responder until the actual ambulance can show up. Because it's completely legal and allowed and needed in rural areas. Sometimes there would be reports that something violent had happened and the police would just be standing around with their thumbs up their butts, not doing anything and not being willing to declare the scene clear. So my mom would just be sitting there just squirming in the most frustration I've ever seen from her. Just in agony because she couldn't go in and help these people until the cops did their job and declared it all clear. And they weren't doing that, so she was just agitated and upset, and people die because of that every day. Like, that is a very good use case of like, all right, let's find out where the threat is, and like, if we can see through walls and if the cops can do it, like, send the cops to the people who are in trouble, or the ones that are causing trouble or whatever, and you know, if they're separate and the other person is safely separated from them, do both at the same time. Like, I don't know. That's a whole tangent of its own. And I just want the U panel so I can get my super adapter. But yeah, that technology is a little scary, but also it's there were papers describing that when I was in high school. They're like, oh yeah, that could totally happen. Here's how you can do it yourself. You can totally just check this yourself. It's no wonder that they made tools to do it eventually. Need to be careful it doesn't turn into Minority Report. Oh, we're already there with Palantir. This is a spicy stream, chat. I should probably turn on the tag for politics. What drives you up the wall about LLMs is like people memory upholding that we already had ways to automate a lot of what it claims to have been able to automate. Markov chains have been around since like the 60s. Yeah, people trying to use ChatGPT for therapy are basically just interacting with a slightly more complicated version of Eliza. It has the same amount of fucking memory too. Like, this whole thing, ChatGPT doesn't remember you. It can't. It's not capable of doing so. All of that is a delusion that you create because there's a little personal text file for your session. But it cannot remember you across computers. You can't be like, hey, ChatGPT, remember me? Your friend Marcy? I usually log in from a different terminal. Like, this isn't War Games. It's not the Whopper. It's not gonna be like, greetings,
Professor Falcon. It has been 6 years since the last time you spoke to me. Can you explain this discrepancy?
Like, it's not gonna do that. It doesn't know you. It's just Yes Man from Fallout with even less information. It just says what you want to hear, or at least the closest approximation it can predict with its generative algorithm that it makes by feeding Reddit into itself, which is why it talks like that. Yeah, whoa, we can finally make filler text for layouts. Lorem ipsum is right there and it works better because you'll notice it and replace it. But also, nobody gets mad at lorem ipsum. It's like a joke. Everybody's like, heh, lorem ipsum dolor sit emet. That's so funny. Silly lorem ipsum. You're everywhere. Bah. Your biggest technical gripe with LLM AI is that it primarily succeeds in its task via plagiarism. There was a point where they made it quote-unquote smarter, and it was worse at solving problems, because actually transforming the inputs like it supposedly does is bad for solving known problems. Yeah, it's basically like, can I copy your homework? But I'm going to change around all the answers, including the parts that need to be correct. You know, like, cats have 4 legs. No, I think cats have 5 legs, actually. Somebody might know I'm copying if I said 4. Wait, I'm just going through this level, but where is the panel? I specifically want the rush panel. Did I just get it already? No, I don't have it yet. What the hell? What am I doing? I know it's somewhere nearby. Wait, is it in Cloudman's stage? Every time you tell a coworker, every time a coworker tries to shill LLMs as Oracle machines, you tell it to prime factor a number. Yeah, they can't do simple math problems that they really should just build into these models as like a separate thing. Like, put Wolfram Alpha into it if you're gonna spend so many billions of dollars on infrastructure. Do something useful instead of just building a lie. It's the Mechanical Turk. Almost every business that's like, we have AI agents that do a really good job. It's actually real people cleaning up AI output that's slop and like throwing out 90% of it. Now, calling it hallucinations is so wrong. Like, that's what it's just doing. It's operating as intended. It's just that now you don't like what it outputted because it's wrong and you recognize that. No hallucination in the prompt? Oh my god! These people operate on cargo cult rules. They don't understand anything about the black box that they play with.
Grok, is this real? Grok, generate me fat titty anime girlfriend. Grok, why me life not good no more? Why me life leave? Why no wife no more, Grok? Why me kid no talk me no more, Grok? Why me family block me, Grok?
Sorry, might be losing it a little bit. I'm gonna look up the U-panel location. Gorp, is this true? See, submit to Gorp. Everybody likes Gorp. Or Gup. Gup is okay too. It is on Cloud, man. My instincts led me astray.
Grok, how was Babby formed? How was Babby formed? How girl gets pregnant?
They need to do weigh and stain mother. Who killed their babby? When these babby can't fix back?
It was on the news this morning. A mother in awe who killed her 3 kids. They are taking the 3 baby back to New York to lady to rest. My prayer with the father who lost his children. Your Sona is literally a cloud man. That's really cool. I would like to see that. Like a Samoyed or just straight up a cloud, because both are cool. But also, I love Samoyeds. They're so cute. I've never pet one. I see them very frequently. I've never pet one. I really want to fix this. It's just that whenever I see a Samoyed, I feel like it's running in like blah, blah. I feel like when I see a Samoyed, it's like running into a celebrity in public, where you just have to kind of like nod in approval at the owner and not bother them, because they're probably always getting like, "Oh my god, can I pet your dog? Your dog's so adorable! I love your dog!" And like, you know they're so over it. So like, I'm just like, nice. Good cloud.
Greetings!
Greetings, Tex-Max. How you doing? How you been? Non-furries are like, are lizards even furries? Look, they fall under the greater furry umbrella. It's fine. Ooh, let me see that. Oh, wow, that's super cool, actually. Holy shit. Child, look at Kyrell's character. That's really neat. Let me load this into the correct browser. Damn you, Imgur, just let me display it in the full frame. Look at this. I love that. Really cool character design. A literal cloud man. That's a good object head. Sir, watch out. There's a weird weather thing coming at you. Wait, you're gonna get blasted by Mega Man. Watch out. See? For me, object heads are a little bit of a weird subject because I spent a lot of time on Second Life in the early to mid 2010s especially, and really until like about 2019 or so, with decreasing frequency. I still log on occasionally, but very, very rarely. On Second Life, object heads were usually griefers, and it was sort of like a badge of like, it was almost like how a bee has stripes on it to warn you about what kind of person they're going to be. So it's been nice to see object heads sort of reclaimed as just a cool character thing to do instead of like a, I'm an edgy guy kind of thing. Because honestly, if somebody on Second Life rocked up in 2014 to a sim that I was in, and they looked like Mr. Antenna from Deltarune, I would like have the moderation tools panel open just in case they started spawning a sim crasher or like saying racial slurs or things like that. So it's really nice to see that object heads can be cool, that we can have cool object heads again. Making a used wind instrument store and calling it Second Fife. I love that festivore. That's silly. That slaps me on the knee. There's my you. You remember hearing about the metaverse as this brand new technological breakthrough, and they literally just described Second Life. Yeah, which is really funny because Second Life itself is built and modeled after the metaverse, which is literally just called the metaverse in the book Snow Crash, which came out in 1992. And a lot of the things that Snow Crash describes are incredibly relevant in the here and now. And it may be a book worth reading for the extreme relevance and strange, heavy themes in that particular series. They described a worse Second Life. Well, Facebook's version is the worst Second Life. I feel like the Second Life in Snow Crash is both better and worse in some ways, but it is unique in that it is extremely widely adopted in the whole setting. It's like what Mark Zuckerberg hoped for his stupid legless VR chat. The people behind the Facebook metaverse are people who like the idea of cyberpunk but have never read Snow Crash. Yeah, they read fucking Ready Player One and they're like, I want that actually. And it's so funny to me. Ready Player One is just bad Snow Crash. Like it's just Snow Crash but cringe in every way. It is just like a worse version of the story. Like it is Snow Crash, but you have your thumb up your butt and you think knowing things about E.T. makes you cool. Reddit Snow Crash is the most scathing description I could think of. Bravo. That is exactly how I would describe it. Like, I watched the Back to the Future movies and I know about the DeLorean. I'm cool. Geek is chic, you guys. I'm one of those cool nerds. I'm not some kind of hipster. I'm not a jock. I'm judging people and trying to punch down, even though I'm like dating myself heavily with Gen X or 80s references that make me cool. I'm so cool, you guys. I know what a Commodore 64 is. My favorite painting is a photorealistic painting of Zelda in front of a Triforce. God! You're just killing it tonight, illegal Owen Wilson imposter. I cannot be more scathing than you.
Have you even heard of Pac-Man? Smug face emoji. I bet you don't even know what a kill screen is.
Speaking of kill screens though, chat, we just got the Rush adapter. I'm very pleased about that. Now, I need to go take a 5-minute breather because it's the top of the hour. I'm gonna go hydrate, and then when we get back, we'll have more fun with Mega Man 7. See you soon, right here on DigiDoggi.
애니메이션 게임 마신 DCFX.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm DigiDoggi, your favorite dog-shaped robot corgi girl. Thanks very much for sticking with me during the break. We are playing Mega Man 7 tonight and having a lot of fun with it. I really appreciate you guys keeping me company. Yeah, this remix does go really hard. This is by DJ Cutman, I believe. Here, let me do exclamation point song. Who's your favorite Mega Man 7 robot master? That's a good question. They all have really good designs. That's a really good one. See, I feel like I like a lot of them for different reasons. I think that Turbo Man looks really cool and I think he's a funny character. I hate fighting him. I also think it's funny that Slash Man is very much like Neon Tiger. Does base count? I mean, if base counts, that's kind of an unfair advantage, but I would pick base. Alright, let's get back to it with some more of Mega Man 7. Because I pressed the right button. My neck hurts a little bit, chat. I'm gonna take a painkiller. And this is my last big painkiller. So things might get a little loopy. Are you ready? This is my last one left over from surgery, but I'm hurting. How mega is this man? Oh, let's find out. Good to see you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You suppose? Well, you better be. Digi House. That's right. I'm played by Hugh Laurie now, and I'm going to say horribly inappropriate things that make you feel uncomfortable about finishing the episode, because the writers of my show were very mid-2000s haters for no reason. Seriously though, what is with House just like randomly saying the most bigoted thing ever and just like brushing it off? I know that's like partially supposed to be his character is like, wow, he's a jerk, and everybody puts up anyway with it because he's so good at his job, but like there's a difference between like you're an idiot, you did the stupid thing, and just like random bigotry? That's not funny. That's not cool. It's just rude and wrong. Like, what the fuck? House be like, I'm racist. Give patient mouse bites. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we have... I guess I'll go for Slash Man. House kind of had a dearth of actually good people in it in general. Oh yeah, they were all messed up. And I guess that was part of the message of the series, was like, everybody around this dude gets corrupted by him, and sometimes you just need to get the hell away from somebody. He's a Mary Sue for bitter, lonely nerds who want to believe people who don't like them because of how smart they are. Oh, who want to believe people don't like them because of how smart they are. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, every smart person that I've ever known who's like genuinely smart is consistently very self-effacing and like understands exactly how much they don't know and is very aware of their position in a greater ecosystem of other smart people who together scrabble to form some sort of understanding that, because it's science, could be subjected to change at any time that better evidence comes along. Which isn't to say that science is unreliable, it's you literally have to be open-minded. You cannot be hidebound in the field of science. Oh, thanks for being here, Will. I hope you have a good night. Good luck on your college exam tomorrow. Wishing you the best. You love the little desperation jump when people fuck up the logs. It looks like Mega Man is screaming, ah! Yeah, adding that little animation when he's going down is appropriate. You saw a tweet showing a bunch of House MD YouTube thumbnails and they just went, man, they had to shut down this hospital. Yeah, Princeton Plainsboro, if it was a real place, would be a notoriously bad hospital to go to. I don't care if there's a cool diagnostics department. Why do I keep fucking this up when I have rush chat? What is wrong with me? You know some truly and exceptionally smart people that are relatively proud of themselves, but they're pretty consistently open-minded too. Yeah, like, there's a difference between, like, it ain't bragging if it's true, but, like, recognizing your place within the greater ecosystem of whatever your field is a huge part of becoming good at something. There are so many people that just, like, hit a Dunning-Kruger, like, wall of like, I'm good at this now, I don't need to keep learning. Whether or not they are actually good, like, when you stop learning and growing, you are immediately failing yourself. If you're not at least wanting to continue growing, like, there's, of course, everybody has to deal with stuff here and there. You can't always be constantly on that grind to improve everything you do, but like, you should at least be like, I want to maintain my skill level and keep it, you know, going higher. You think this is what makes Birdly seem so insufferable? Yeah, that's the thing, is like, Birdly is a smart character. He is capable of doing things, but he also needs to position himself as the smart person in the room at all times. He needs to pirate software himself. He needs to loudly reassert his accomplishments and assert that his value is big and that other people's value is lower than him. And by, you know, saying judgmental things about other people, saying, oh, good work, Noelle, or whatever, like, he's putting himself in a position of authority over them. Yeah, Birdly from Deltarune. Did you just commit Yoshi? You have to. They're gonna go whether or not you're on them. Hi, VCR buddy. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in to say hello. You know, that really does help out the stream. What are we talking about? We're talking about characters and their behaviors in media. And specifically about the kind of guy that likes House MD for the way that House acts. Instead of, you know, just like enjoying it as an overall narrative. There's a kind of guy that looks up to the, you know, the asshole smug characters that are smart in media, your House MDs, your Birdly. Well, no, Birdly is the kind of character that would look up to him, but like your Sherlocks or whatever. And I was sort of just like deconstructing a little bit of that and like where that comes from and like what that says about people. Birdly MD. I'm surprised I haven't seen that drawn already. I just imagine him being like, you are a deer, and then a frame of Noelle being like, this vexes me. God. I think everybody knows about the mouse bites gif. Bergley. God, I love the queen. Some of the funniest writing in any game I've ever seen was in Deltarune Chapter 2. You played as Birdly and Atlas because the tools were available to do so. No, Birdly would play as Birdly and Atlas. You're just doing what would Birdly do. I think that's kind of beautiful. Did you manage to find like a scouter of some sort, like a scouter analog? The queen is great. She thinks it's hilarious when her own plans implode. Yeah, she just has a delightful tone and reminds me of some friends that I know. Especially like the way that she's written. Like the way that she, I guess, types? Yeah, there was definitely some X2 references going on with the queen. So someone playing Susie. Okay, that's probably a lot of people. I think a lot of people are like, God, I wish that was me. I admit I see a weird amount of myself in Susie as well. So I totally get it. But wow, like when chapter 3 and 4 came out, the number of Susie candies just like multiplied exponentially, it seems like. There's so many people that are like, damn, I love that. I want to be that purple dinosaur girl so bad. Yeah.
I'm just a computer. I don't know everything.
I love that line, Umbi. Also, Awa! Ciao. I forgot to mention earlier, you should follow Umbi. This is a very good Umbreon. You need to follow. Go. Follow. Good Umbreon. Seriously entertaining. Fun vibes. Last detected emitting nothing particles. What the frick? What were you playing? How did you do that? What did you break, Umbi? Damn it! I got gooped. You wonder if Susie was Toby Fox's attempt to make Barney cool? It's so interesting because Susie existed before Undertale was even a project. She was like a cocktail napkin drawing before they even started work on Undertale. I don't think you had anything set up. I didn't even know you could do that. I thought you had to have a game or something. A category. I hate the glue bombs so much. Also, thanks for the Nokia. Get slashed, man. Alright, I'm gonna have a sippy. You only just recently learned that Susie was pretty directly referenced in Undertale. Oh really? Tell me about that. I'm not sure I knew about that. The slash car cuts things apart, doesn't it?
Yes, Mega Man, but it has limited range.
Oh, thanks for the RGB mode. Grab a screen cap and decide what weapon I have. You get Slash Claw! If the game is set to Blippo Plus, make it say that they're emitting consciousness particles. I'll have to see how to do that. Hi, Shuppy.
Heya!
Oh, a little too late. Okay, we got 3 Robot Masters left. And I have Slash Man's ability, which means it's Springman time. Yeah, illegal Owen Wilson imposter. It was, I felt really complicated in the church in Deltarune Chapter 4 because it reminded me like, oh yeah, you know, some parts of that whole experience can be kind of nice actually if it's not steeped in all the baggage of certain things that are related to the real world practices and how they tend to go down. And it made me cry. Like when they all got together and sang, I was like, wow, that's beautiful. I really liked it. And I agree with you. It does sort of feel like the churches in Dragon Quest where it's just this like place of respite. It was very welcoming. Let's see if I can get up there. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Voidling Cat. Ah! Dead? Bangin' serving my man. Sploosh. Yeah, honestly, I really liked the bangin' serving my man answer. I need to finish chapter 4. I sort of had like a series of massive life-changing events keep happening at me. They're not happening to me, chat. They're happening at me. I feel like my agency is a little bit weak lately. I can't even go anywhere. All my vehicles are dead. I have a flat tire. I have not been able to do anything about that this week, so motorcycle is down for the count. Working on it. But yeah, between dealing with stream stuff and unexpected plans and trying to fix vehicles and losing my job and stuff, I just haven't had a chance to finish Deltarune. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe I can do that, I don't know, on the 11-hour flight to Japan or something. God, I'm not looking forward to that flight. I'm looking forward to what is the other end of it, but what's at the other end of it, rather. Your head gasket broke recently? Oh no, I'm so sorry. That is extremely not Doggers. You gotta park it so that you don't make the undesired milkshake. I have to replace the timing chain on my truck on Sunday, which is something I've been trying to do for like 3 years. So I'm eager to get it done, but it is only half of the work that I need to do to my truck because I also need to strip the interior, sand out all the rust, patch and fill any spots that are letting water in because it's making it worse, and then spray it with this crazy epoxy that I got. So that's going to take some doing. I'm going to try to fit that in like after the subathon, but before I leave. Where the hell is Gup? Oh, just use regular Gup. You don't need to use exclamation point. Gup! Gup! You're debating getting a bike with what money you have left if this car needs a new engine. Voidling Cat, I've ridden for half my life now. Oh my god, we're gupping. I've ridden for half my life now, and motorcycling is both the most freeing and terrifying thing that I do. And more over the years, as I've had friends get injured or killed, or arrested for DUIs, or some combination of all of those things. And also I've been injured several times, sometimes in ways where I thought I wasn't going to make it. I can't really recommend motorcycles as a road vehicle anymore, especially not if you are in the Pacific Northwest. But they are fun for off-road. If you wanna play in the off-road world, I do think that's a more responsible way to enjoy motorcycles. Obviously, it has its own risks, but at least you won't get annihilated by some semi-truck driving 80 that just doesn't even see you. It's mostly like, oh no, I overdid it and tipped it over and hurt my leggy a little bit. Ow. On a motorcycle that's literally built to be dropped in the dirt over and over, so it's not even really damaged. Meanwhile, you drop a road motorcycle on the street, even if it's at 0 miles an hour and it just gets tipped over in the parking lot, you're like, shit, I'm out like $500, $1,000. Like, this thing is all messed up. Getting it painted is gonna be expensive. It seems like a cheaper life until you factor in like gear and all of the other things that go into it, and you're like, oh, actually this is car. This is car, but less convenient. Yeah, in the post-COVID era, I can no longer like endorse it as a daily driver. If you want to go out occasionally with your friends and get burgers or whatever on a street legal bike that you might want to take out for fun somewhere that isn't the streets. Like, yeah, I have spent so many years driving in Seattle on my motorcycles, and I'm pretty much done, chat. I don't even want to drive in general now. I'm like over it. After I lost my job, I realized how terrifying it was. And my roommate basically came to me in like tears, like every day I was expecting to get a call from the city that you got killed out there. And I'm like, I can't keep doing that to people. I'm not an irresponsible teenager anymore. I got a community that would be really sad if Doggi just vanished because she was splat. So I'm really thinking about making some life changes. I think I still want to have one motorcycle because it's really hard for me to give it up completely, but it would be like a for fun, occasionally kind of thing. The ideal vehicle is a manual four-wheel drive with an inline engine. I don't have four-wheel drive, but I have those other parts. How long is it going to be until some soccer mom decides to cut across 4 lanes of traffic before light? Chat, you might notice that since I've been fired, I'm actually much sunnier on stream because I'm not filled with cortisol, stress hormones from rage and fear from being out on the streets all day while people nearly kill me and just look oblivious or even mad at me that I'm in their way. How dare I not die and get out of their way? The wild coil launches 1 coil forward and 1 coil backward, right? Yes, Mega Man, but remember to charge the coils to make them jump higher. Yeah, chat, see, here's the other thing. From my beloved autism chariot, my motorcycle, I can see down into your car. I see into your window, chat. I see everything. I sit higher than you unless you're in a really big truck, and I can see you on your phone. I can see you looking down and to the right in your car. I see you. I see it reflecting off of your glasses. You ain't slick. Stop it. Get some help. There is nothing on your phone that's more important than whatever you're driving is at the moment. If you need to text or whatever, go find a parking lot. Pull the fuck over. Do not. I don't care if you're at a light and it's been stop and go for the past 20 minutes. I see so often where people are down on their phone and then they look up and they're like, oh shit, traffic has been coasting forward for like, you know, like 50 or 60 feet. And I'm holding up traffic for like a mile behind me. But Digi, there's a Togekiss on Pokemon Go right now. Well, Togekiss my ass. You got bigger problems to deal with, like not killing people with the multi-ton slug of metal that you're in control of. How the hell do people distract themselves while driving? Honestly, Bill said, I feel bad even picking up a drink. Like, I still do it because I need to be hydrated, but like, I drive stick shift and I treat my car like it's a motorcycle where I like constantly head on a swivel, making absolutely super double super sure that I don't get killed or be killed. Yeah, of course I drive stick. My little Toyota pickup, my 1989 Toyota pickup. My beloved Tommy Toyota that I grew up in. Used to belong to my grandpa. It was the first car I tried to drive stick in. I didn't do too good in it, but now I have it and I'm great at it. I am actually going to toot my horn for one shot. I'm good at driving stick. I am good enough to drive stick on other people's stick. Like, you can trust me with your manual transmission vehicle. Transaction? Your manual transmission vehicle, I will not grind the gears. I will not kill the clutch. I literally got into Solar Nativity's Ford Bronco, and it was the newest car I've ever driven, but it's stick, and I just like hopped right in and she showed me how it was laid out, and I was like, okay, I got this. And I was driving it better than her. Like, I took to it. Like, I have this thing sometimes, chat, where like, I'll try to do a thing and I'll do it badly and be embarrassed. And then I come back to it later, like a long time later, and I just hurl myself at it until I'm really good at it. I'm like, no, I'm not going to let this defeat me. And for me, manual was like that because I tried to learn to drive my truck when I was a teenager. My dad was going to give it to me as my first vehicle. And we went to the parking lot of like an Olive Garden nearby to try it out. And I kept killing it. He didn't have the words to properly convey to me what I needed to do. And so like I got really frustrated and it kept dying and it looked really bad. And there were literally people standing outside the Olive Garden pointing and laughing. And I was like, fuck this, let's go home. And then for years, I like brooded because that truck was supposed to be mine, but they wouldn't give it to me. They're like, you're not responsible enough yet. Well, guess what? I'm responsible now. And I've been restoring it, and I'm really good at driving it, and I'm safe, and I don't be dumb. But golly, it's a small truck. It's a little bit scary. No airbags either. You started on a Peterbilt dump truck. Wow, you were destined to drive the big ones.
Do you like your new toy?
Wait, woo. It is kind of a cute toy. My Toyota.
Alright.
You wish you bought a Toyota? Honestly, I would not be able to afford this truck if it hadn't been a literal family heirloom. Those trucks got really popular. You borrowed your sister's truck. So I borrowed my sister's truck. It was a manual transmission. I don't know how to drive that, so I just drove it like my car. Gave it back and she said, you're replacing the clutch. The hell I am. I didn't even touch that thing. Oh my god, Veem. I don't know why I said it in that voice, but it worked for that one. Gop! Yeah, you still gotta use exclamation point for Gorp. You like Van Pookin, the mini boss? Yeah, it's a cute one. Its name is literally Van Pookin. Just being able to feel instinctually how big your car is and where in space it is does so much for your confidence while driving. Yeah, Bill said the science kid. I used to drive a 2005 Chevy Impala, and it was a boat. I was in that Impala, shot Kala, 20-inch blades on the Impala, but like, it was so wide. It filled like the whole lane, and it was scary to me. So now the Toyota pickup, long though it may be, it feels like this narrow little needle that I can just like send anywhere. So, brother, you are not as weak as I thought.
Illegal, you know.
It is illegal. Let's see which of us father made stronger. Oh man, am I ready for this? In California. Shoot! He's right. It is Friday in California. Man, I really should have gone and gotten some E-tanks. This is risky business. I forget his patterns. Oh, I used to be good at fighting him. I'm eating. I'm not eating. I'm doing the opposite of eating. I'm throwing. Finally all settled in. Yay! Welcome, Van. Eating bullets, yeah. I'm choking. I already did that earlier, too. Van Pookin does so much touch of death damage. I might should come back here. I could have done better. You really don't need to take damage on that guy. I'm being lazy. And I'm running low on Thunderbolt. Thunder! Speed! Hammer! Jump! Thunder! Chat. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga? Question mark? That could be a fun one to play together. I might use an emulator with speed up for that, though. RPG battles can get tiresome. Kudon, you know about the weird way that Luigi says thunder too, huh? I really liked that game. That was a very fun and cool Game Boy Advance title. I think that's one of my favorite GBA games. Bowser's Inside Story clears. Oh, all the Vor enjoyers are like, yeah, Bowser's Inside Story. No, I think it's probably better too. I just don't have as much, you know, personal experience with it. Superstar Saga will get very difficult with speed up. Oh yeah, you do have to do a lot of dodging, huh? Yeah, I really dig this track. I love Mega Man 7. It's just altogether a wonderful experience. You remember being into really into Luigi / Peasley for a bit. Oh my god, that's adorable. I love to hear that. Genuinely, like I already told Chad about how I had my Team Fortress 2 Fujoshi era. So like I'm certainly not going to judge. You better watch out. She knows about timed hits. I do have the Switch version of Mario RPG as well. I think Pine Tree might have it. I might need to ask her to give it back, but I could also play that. Oh no, I used up all the Thunderbolt that you need to use to light this place up if you don't have the fire. We're gonna have to just hope for Rush to get me through it. Trepidatious! Don't love it. Not the best way to deal with it, but it worked. You're what? I can't tell if you're being serious, Solar Nativity. Mario RPG Remake is really good. I saw the good Jared playing it and it looked like he was having a really good time. And I know that's one of his favorites ever. It really did look like it was a labor of love, which is fantastic to see. You really worry these days, like, is a remake being made with cynical mindset because money, or like, do the people working on it actually like it too? And it's very clear in this case, especially, that it is totally like, oh man, just look at the ending credits alone. That's what you would post about on Gaia Online? Okay, I believe you. That actually sounds extremely like a Gaia user activity. Wow, I learned something today. No, I wanted the health. God damn it. Reminds you of the scrap shot from Morph Moth. Yeah, except it's better. Morph Moth's ability isn't very good. This one actually will chew up a few enemies before it's used up. Oh.
Damn, I was careless. I feel so stupid to have been defeated so easily. Maybe I should give up and leave Wily to you.
No, we're a team. Dr. Light will be glad to fix you up. Yeah, he said a swear. I'm telling.
Thanks. I'm glad that I have a friend like you.
Alright, bye bass and treble. No, for real though, it really is. It is just Shadow. Like, it's so funny to me that bass is just Shadow before Shadow. There are very similar character archetypes. Okay, we have the Wild Coil, which is what you get from Wild Willy. But I'm gonna die. Shut up. Are you seriously quoting "You've Got a Friend in Me" lyrics in like plain spoken word form? That is a demented genius. Oh!
This is gonna sound weird, and it is. You're a demon.
No. Yes.
A demon.
Really? Really, he is. Shuffy.
Biggest in the world holds 2.
That's incredible.
That's incredible. Alright, we're gonna use his weakness now that I have full health. Remember this ability for later, chat. It seems useless except for this guy, but wow. It won't be. Boy, it sure does make attacking him a little easier. I just wish he'd stop giving me the suck. This boss gonna drive you batty? He will if he keeps sucking like that. What are you fighting for, Zero? I still love how he goes into the Pee Wee Herman register at the end of that. Oh, yeah, it's Rouge time. I only need 5 minutes.
Gap.
It's tough being a Gorp in a Gups world, chat.
Mega Man.
Oh, wait. The noise crush generates a powerful sound wave, doesn't it? I love the splashing there. It's so ASMR.
Yes, Mega Man, you can amplify the wave by absorbing the reflected wave of your body. That's a good question.
It's a Friday once again. It sure is. Hi, Fletcher. Ah, isn't that guy dead in the Mega Multiverse? Wait, oh, so Shuppy, this is Mega Man 7. This takes place about 100 years before Mega Man X1. It is the same guy, but before he died. And this is the original Mega Man, who is a different robot from X. Yeah, I actually went into a huge deep dive on lore about this, so you should check out the VOD, because I literally talked for like an hour about this, and it'll give you a ton of context. Oh, we need to go to the store. Yeah, so Mega Man X is actually the second in the timeline. It takes place about 100 years after the events of the classic series. You remember they tried to do a Mega Man X crossover tie-in thing in the cartoon? Yeah, I think we're gonna watch some of that during the subathon. Oh, we got his Hyper Bolt already. We started the series with X, so X must be the start. Of course, that's how it works. What Mega Man game do you have the most hours in? Here's a ZX/Advent. Oh, that's a good question. It's gotta be one of the Legends games. Misadventures of Tron Bonne is one of my comfort games. But Mega Man X would have to be a close runner-up, and then probably 7? But X1 is easily the best of the X series. It is so good. It almost seems like an aberration of how good it is, because X2 and X3 were nowhere near as good. Oh, damn it. They solved the formula too early. It's weird, like they had it perfect with the first one, and then they started like chopping away at it and trying to add like stupid gimmicks that they thought that people would want more. And it's just like, no, like you guys had it perfect. Just give us a lot more of that. And they like slowly eroded the parts of it that I love the best. Like, why is it that only in Mega Man X1 is it where when you defeat the Mavericks, that has an impact on other Maverick stages? Like, if you defeat Storm Eagle, then the Death Ragoomer, the battle airship that he controls, that he helps Vile use in the first opening level, crashes into the power plant where Spark Mandrill is. Like, you can literally cut the power to stage hazards in Spark Mandrill's stage by beating Storm Eagle first, because there's pieces of the airship all over the place in there. That's super cool. Like, that's such a cool interaction. When you defeat Chill Penguin, it causes the lava flows, the steel in the foundry where Flame Mammoth is to cool down and become frozen. And then you can traverse areas that you couldn't get to. Yeah, they didn't really do that in like X2 or anything. If you kill Launch Octopus, then in Sting Chameleon stage, there will be standing water everywhere. If you defeat Armored Armadillo, I don't remember if anything happens, but if you, let me see. So Launch Octopus, standing water in Sting Chameleon stage, cooling off the ice in Flame Mammoth stage, crashing the airship into the power plant. I think there might be another interaction, I can't remember. But like still, that's crazy. That adds more variety to your boss order. It makes different replays feel more interesting because you got more different ways that you can go through it. Like, oh, maybe I'll kill Storm Eagle last and fight through the power plant in a different way, and that asshole mini-boss in Spark Mandrill stage will be able to shock me, but I won't have as many power outages, so I'll see the floor. Like, you can make mental trade-offs like that. Almost like how in Super Metroid you can decide like, oh, I'm gonna get the wave beam first before I worry about this or whatever. Like, okay, probably a bad example. I don't remember Super very well, but you know what I mean. Replay value's good. And then in X2, it's just like, yeah, you defeat the bosses and you get their items. And I guess you could find the Shoryuken if you are willing to ride Mickey's Dick Smasher and put yourself through all the hassle. X3 has tons and tons of collectibles, but it makes it genuinely kind of miserable to get them. And you can only get so many per playthrough, which is like kind of more replay value, but like in the negative way where it's like, oh, I'm being punished. I can't have that this replay. I guess I'll get it next time. And that doesn't feel good. Like, rewards should be rewards, not damn it, I didn't get that. Frick. Now I've got your power.
Now I've got your power.
Power of getting decked. Takes time and effort and dedication. Yeah, it's really weird how Capcom nailed it with X1, and then it seemed like they started phoning it in immediately. X2 has a worse soundtrack because they got rid of the proprietary chip in the cartridge that made X1 have the ability to sound better. Like it's not like the Super Nintendo can't sound good, but X1 had additional co-processors on board, basically making it even better. And instead they put their stupid CX4 chip into X2, which allows them to do like crude wireframe graphics that did not age well. And the game sounds like doo-doo.
Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Because you look snazzy. But yeah, like, I don't know, I thought the opening level of X2 was awesome, and then it immediately drops off. And then the Maverick selection in X2 is also really lackluster. It's like really a sponge, I guess. Like, I'm not saying that every Maverick has to be some conventional animal, but we went from like the weirdest one in the bunch for the first batch was Boomer Kawanger, and that was mostly only weird because American kids didn't know what the hell a Kawanger was, but it's just a stag beetle. That's not that weird. And then in X2, it's like you got sponges and moths and ostriches, and it's like, did you guys run out? Like, I feel like you probably could have found some easier to relate to creatures than wire sponge. Oh really? It doesn't even have an extra sound chip? Then why does X2 sound so much worse? That's a bummer. But yeah, I guess you're right. That's part of why it was also affordable. Because here's another problem. X3 rolled up. They had all kinds of bullshit in it. They had the CX4 chip in it. It had a huge ROM storage in it. So like the EEPROM on it, or rather the I think it was just read-only memory, but the storage on it was really big. So the cartridge cost a lot. And then they outsourced it to a third, like basically a second party team that had never made a Mega Man before. And they're like, here, go make the next entry in our mainline series. Like, huh? What? In what universe is that the sane choice to do with your flagship, like, main guy? Mega Man was their main guy back then. Like, yeah, they had Street Fighter absolutely rocking things in the arcades, but like, Resident Evil hadn't quite taken off yet. It was getting there, but like, not quite yet when this game came out. This game came out after the PS1 came out, but the Super Nintendo wasn't done yet. It was like how the Switch 1 is right now. Where like, there's still too much momentum. There's still gonna be Switch 1 games coming out for a couple years. How's the quality of the Zero series go? I haven't played them as thoroughly, but I feel like they're very good. They start off a little rough and then get better. I seem to remember 0, 2, and 3 hitting really good for me. One of them has a mechanic where you can steal parts of enemies and use their weapons. I think it's called the Zero Knuckle or something like that. And I love that. I thought that was so cool. And then I really liked Mega Man ZX. I thought that was great. I don't know if ZX has aged well, but I really liked ZX. Oh, if you're liking 0, 1, you're gonna have an even better time with 0, 2. Like, 0, 1 has a lot of things that people find frustrating. It's just that 0 is a fucking difficult series. So some people can get filtered by that, but it's also got an incredibly rewarding narrative and really goes about as deep as it possibly goes with Mega Man. Like, I think 0 is as grown up as the series got. And I mean that in a good way. Like, yeah, it's a little grimdark, but, I know the comparison. Mega Man 0 is the Star Trek Deep Space Nine of the Mega Man series. Is it a difficult pill for some people to swallow? Yeah. But if you can get over that hurdle, it is so rewarding. Yeah, when you get a good mission completion, when you get that ranking that you were hoping for, when you get to make that happen, it feels like you did something. Mega Man Zero series is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003 of the Mega Man series. That's one I only vaguely remember from like watching the Fox Box as a pup, but I would agree with that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Little Green Men, still your top episode of Deep Space Nine, even after Trials and Tribulations. Honestly, that is a really good one. They're both excellent. I do think it's really funny, though, that they had the chance, like, the Temporal Authority was there to yell at the crew in that episode of Deep Space Nine, and they didn't ask him about the time at Roswell, where he let his little Ferengi get loose and his chief of security followed them. Or about the time where he was an important historical figure that started one of the biggest riots that was like an incredibly pivotal historical moment in the 21st century. Like, that seems like something that they would notice. Yeah, the Bell Riots. Benjamin Sisko was literally Bell of the Bell Riots. And it's funny because, like, the time cops basically come to his station and they're like, hey, what's all this shit about you, like, going to Captain Kirk's era? And they don't mention the Bell Riots. Or the fact that the Ferengi the Ferengi on his station were literally the aliens at Roswell. I think we got our 9 on 9. Excellent. We're gonna go shopping. They did mention the Bell Riots and Little Green Men. Yeah, Nog was like looking at a historical document. He was like, wait, doesn't this look just like Benjamin Sisko? And I think it was Quark who's like, all humans look alike. Don't be ridiculous. Ah, silly show. I love that show. I need to get the clip of Quark saying, war, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. I'm gonna be honest, Chad, I think I might actually be face blind. Yeah, that was a really good scan. I can't wait to see Methodical Fox draw that one. I'm a little bit face blind, chat. I really struggle. I need landmarks very badly. That's why I like hanging out with autistic people. They wear the same outfit every time and I could just be like, oh, it's you. Being around furries helps so much. Especially at cons where people wear badges with their names on them. But like, if you change your facial hair dramatically, it can frighten me. Like I've had times where like my roommate shaved off a beard and I was like, who are you at first? And I was like, oh, it's you. Oh God. Okay, cool. Because like, I really rely on landmarks like that. I'm a little bit embarrassed about it because I also struggle with names sometimes. So it's kind of a double like, who are you? But then I'll remember like specific phrases I saw on the internet 25 years ago. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with me? At your job in high school, your manager and the store director were both brown, white, bald men with glasses and you couldn't tell them apart. Oh no! Oh, that's terrible. See, it's really funny because Methodical Fox looks really distinctive, but I keep running into Methodical Fox doppelgangers. And he does too. He has a picture in his phone of him standing next to a guy that looks just like him. Foxel gangers. You know the same feeling every time you visit your dad's side of the family? Oh, people being related just makes it even worse. Then it's just downright impossible sometimes. I already have all the rush. Oh no, I wanted to buy this first and then everything else. I'm stupid. I gotta go grind a little bit more. It's okay, I got everything else. Can't remember people's names, but you can always remember a face. See, it's really weird because I can remember like chat members' names better than I can remember coworkers' names, like in real life or whatever. Like I have a face to put to those people, but then I'm like better at remembering people in chat or whatever when you're just like text on a screen for me. Like, no offense, chat, but you don't know me. You know me as a streamer. Or like, some of you, I guess, know me IRL now, which is weird. We have like little DigiDoggi field trips sometimes, but I still feel like I remember more things about y'all than I do about some people that I know as friends IRL, and that's kind of a strange feeling. The weird thing they tell you, like, when they tell you about becoming a VTuber, they're like, watch out, don't let people get parasocial with you. But they forget the part where, like, you, the streamer, can also become parasocial with both other streamers and your audience. That's a weird hurdle. That's a tough one. But, like, at the same time, I do very much care about creating a fun show for you guys and being there for you within the limited capacity that I'm able to be as a pixelated dog on the internet. You don't think that's quite what parasocial means? I thought I understood it to mean like, I think I know you better than I actually know you based on the very limited slice of your life that I am able to see from my very limited viewpoint here. I have a vision of you as a person that is not fully correct because it is not complete enough. It cannot be. I thought that's what parasocial is. Like how I used to feel like I was... Ugh, this is cringe to say, but like, when I watched the Game Grumps a bunch, I sort of felt like I was friends with them. Like, not in a way that mattered. I knew it wasn't. But at the same time, I was like, I like these guys. I have a connection with these guys. But like, maybe what I'm describing isn't quite parasocial. But it's adjacent. And it's also weird because like, very frequently within my time as being a streamer, I've had my notion of how a person is be dramatically changed by receiving new information that I couldn't have known from that very limited perspective. And then I was like, wow, I really did just have a parasocial relationship with this person. I did not know them nearly as well as I thought they did. That is challenging. And like, it catches you off guard sometimes. You really think you know. But it's a difficult thing in this interconnected world where the boundaries between real life and online become ever thinner. but it's still something to keep in mind. It's like, gotta be careful. Don't put people on a pedestal. Be willing to accept, like, I don't know, I saw a post that that really resonated with me. It was something like, nothing is scarier than an internet reply guy who has held you up on a pedestal for a long time, that you secretly failed some secret, like, you failed some secret morality test that they were holding you to, or some purity test that you never knew about. Like, oh, you had a wrong opinion about Star Wars and now they fucking hate you. Like, that kind of stuff. It's crazy, and that is another part of the... It's another side of the parasocial coin, basically, is like, I thought I knew you. How could you not? Like, Ahsoka, I hate you so much now. You're so wrong about this. I thought you were better than this, Doggy. You don't like Ahsoka? I thought we were friends. That's my favorite thing ever. You got tuna attached and saw them as your friends, and in reality they barely knew you? Yeah, I mean, like, it's okay to have fun together. But, like, it's, I don't know, it's like when you're at the playground as a kid, you play with kids all day long, and you're like, wow, that was great. And then you go home and you never see them again, and that's okay. That's your connection. And it's okay to treasure that. It's still important. It's just not the same as, like, a close friendship. Nautilus ZX, thank you for joining us tonight. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. I am having so much fun with Mega Man 7, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I do have to go take a quick 5-minute breather. So we'll be back after these messages. We'll have more fun with Mega Man. We'll go beat Dr. Wowie. We'll grind for a little bit more bolts because I need my super adapter. Shit, I didn't mean to leave, but that's okay too. Alright, chat, we'll see you soon after these messages in just 5 minutes. Be right back. Oh, Snowy, I'm sorry you joined at just the wrong time. We'll be with you really soon, though. We're gonna hit a quick break and we'll be right back. Thanks for being here, Raiders. See you soon. Stick with us for 5 minutes. Grab yourself some post-stream care and we'll be right with you there. It's so good to see you, Snowy. Thank you so much.
It's all in the numbers. Number 1, that's Terra. Number 2, that's Terra.
自転車
友達
超能力
ゲップ
邪悪な心
変なゲームなのか感動の RPG なのか
マザーワンツー
土星さん
時は江戸行くは国政と聖人苦を見捨てきや男が時代劇だよ天に集合テクマス可愛くてかっこいい突撃タンクアクション君だけのタンクをカスタマイズ対戦アクションゲームポップンタンクスエニックス
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. I'm DigiDoggi, your favorite dog-shaped robot quirky girl, and I really appreciate you sticking with me during the break. Wait, Snowy Zero Gaming, oh my goodness! Welcome in, Raiders. What the heck is Raidvirus.exe? Snowy Zero Gaming, no apologies needed. I totally understand. Either way, I really appreciate you coming by with your community tonight. Thank you so much for your raid. Sorry for the very delayed response there. I really appreciate you sticking around during the break. You didn't have to do that, but it's super doggers of you. For those who didn't already know, I'm DigiDoggi, a dog-shaped robot corgi girl, and tonight I'm playing Mega Man 7, and my arms are all jittery. I'm not usually low poly very often these days, but I am sometimes low poly, sometimes high. I play old and new games, and I really love simulation games especially, so things like mech games, tanks, spaceships, fighter jets, that kind of stuff. So thank you very much for being here. What were you getting up to tonight, Zarua? How you doing? How you been? I'm just gonna sort of recalibrate here because I had to get up during the break and it caused my tracking to get a little weird. Okay, frequently high, but like not like that. Ah! Yeah, I'm having an especially fun and chill, well, maybe not super chill, but an especially fun Friday evening. Having a lot of fun with Mega Man 7. Thank you so much for being here. You're imagining an even lower poly doggy, quick doggy, that exists. That exists. Hold on. Where is? I know I had a specific thing to... Hold on. There was some... It's not this one. Oh, there it is. There it is. I know what it is. There she is. That's Quake Freya. Look. There she is. She is super ultra low poly. What if even lower poly? What, like a Viv Ribbon Freya? I'm down. How's your game been going? I've been having a lot of fun with it. I really enjoy this game. I'm super comfy in it. Yeah, I actually have this model ported. Jamie ported this into Gold Source. You can play as Freya in Half-Life 1 looking like this. And in Spin Co-op. Wait, is this Hedgehog Stew? Or is this... Oh, this is Win the Race? Since when did I have this in my files? Grounder? Lower poly looks like a Zomboid model. Oh, it would look good in Zomboid, wouldn't it? Yeah, this is I Teach Vader. I love I Teach Vader. Just win the race. I didn't even know I had this in my folder. Did someone say I Teach Vader? Heck yeah. You want some hedgehog stew? Wow, I didn't even realize I still had this in my playlist. This rules.
You're gonna make us faster? Of course, you idiot! Get out and win the race! Just win the race! Just win the race!
Robotnik slipped a song in my files. He would. Those buttnicks. Wow, stream has been extra chaos tonight. Get out of here, glitchy doggy. We have so many different DigiDoggi sub-processes at this point. That's Quick Freya, and then there's Proxy Puppy. Proxy Puppy can't speak on her own. She can only spit out pre-canned phrases and sounds. She's my sort of sub-process that I spun off to take care of the stream. So whenever I need to link something like my Discord, she spits that out for me. But she's kind of dumb. She only exists digitally. She doesn't have a physical body like me, Doggy Prime. Proxy Puppy, what is your wisdom? Well, she runs the quote system. So if I ever say something funny, remember to do !quote add, and then whatever the quote is. And then you can get quotes out by doing quote, !quote, and then a number. They go up in sequential order. Or you can just do quote for a random one. All right, chat. Let's get back to it, since you seem to be having some fun with that. And yeah, thank you again for being here. I really appreciate it, Raiders. And welcome, Vexatious. Thank you for that follow. Wow, I'm so happy we went over 2,500 tonight. That is really cool. I'll have to give myself a promotion. Oh, loud. Sorry about that. All right, chat, let's go beat up Toboman. Well, wait, first I need to grind just a little bit more. I want my super adapter. Sorry about the loud. I'm sorry. I need to reset the preset so that when it reappears, it auto sets the volume to be a bit lower. That should be better now. Oh yeah, they don't go up that high yet. See, something happened, KZ Demon. Also, welcome in. So I implemented the quote system like a year ago, and then I told people about it once. And I was like, make sure to add some quotes. And then nobody did, and everybody forgot, including me. And then I was like, we have a quote system. And everybody's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I told you about this. And they're like, no. I'm like, well, maybe once ever, yeah. There was a word that made your message not send. Uh-oh, what happened, Rusty Doggo? It didn't even pop in. I didn't even get, like, the little notification about it. The last thing you said was about Robotnik from my end. You've been here for so long and fully forgot about it. Yeah, Birdcake, you're almost one of our OGs. I feel like you came in really early. Back when this was like my only layout and it was way cruder. Gah! 2 years, 175 days. You followed on... Wait, how? Oh, you followed... Okay, like within about... Like the first 4 months of me streaming, I think. So pretty early. Actually, let me see here. Let's see if I can... Oh, there it is. Interesting. Oh, Mr. Duck Daddy, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh, this channel was created in 2017. Yeah, I guess my Twitch account is pretty old. That's so weird. My proxy puppy setup makes you think of your Android Pixel. Oh, that's cute. I would love to see about. I need to stop in your streams more. DigiDoggi, DigiDestin. DigiDoggi, Digital Doggy. DigiDoggi has power. I'm not the champion. Umbi, thank you for being here so long. Oh my goodness. It feels like it's been longer, doesn't it? Ah! Oh wow, I expected to die. I need to pull this controller apart and clean it up a little bit. it's starting to get a little bit beat up. It is older than me. Would you consider streaming the new Digimon game when it comes out, actually? Depends on which one it is. I feel like some of them have gameplay formulas that I could totally get into. So chat, I'm a little embarrassed to admit that I was a dumb, tribalistic child. And when I was a kid, I sort of had a grudge against Digimon when I saw it. Because I was really into Pokemon and I was like, this is a ripoff. Now, as an adult doggy, I realize that's a very dumb opinion to hold. And that they were actually very much doing their own thing. And I learned this like later, like when I was a teenager. But like, yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. So I kind of missed out on Digimon at first, which is weird. Because like in hindsight, I didn't have any problems with things like Monster Rancher. I totally loved Monster Rancher. Got into Digimon and not Pokemon, so you're the opposite. See, that's the funny thing is like, overall, as a body of work, I find Digimon to be more interesting these days. Pokemon is to Digimon like Star Wars is to Star Trek. Yeah, they're very different flavors, and I shouldn't have compared them like that, but kids are dumb, and that's what they do. They love doing stuff like that. And it was definitely sort of framed like that by the powers that be at the time as well. Especially like it really felt like Patamon was being positioned as like the answer to Pikachu, if you know what I mean. But honestly, Ridamon is one of my favorite characters. I really enjoyed a lot of I think it's Digimon Tamers. What's the anime that we got that has Guilmon? Which one is that? I enjoyed that one. I watched a few seasons of that as an adult. And I was like, oh, this is pretty good for Kodomo Muke. That's Digimon Tamers? Okay, I got it. For people who don't know, Kodomo Muke is the Japanese word for basically young children's anime. Like, so... like Nick Jr. basically would be the US equivalent of Kodomo Muke. Not quite like baby education, like children's baby shows, but like not like your, you know, your shonens or whatever. It's not like Naruto or wherever, where it has more intense adult themes to it and stuff like that. Tamers was directed by the same director of Serial Experiments Lane. Oh, that actually explains a lot about it. No wonder it felt more mature. Yeah, Van, I really, like I said, once I realized how wrong I was, I definitely, you know, corrected myself, but I missed out on it at first. And honestly, I'm pretty sure the series that I did have access to was one of the less good series anyway. I didn't get to see Tamers until way later, and I think that's the good one of the ones I've seen. It is really funny, though. My roommate, at least, used to hang out with, I don't know if they're still friends, but my roommate used to hang out with somebody that worked for 4Kids on the localization teams for Digimon. And they specifically were responsible for one of the most notorious localization edits ever. So let me pull this up on YouTube really quickly. You might know this. If you're a Digimon enjoyer, you might know about this. Which series had Shoutmon in it? That's a question for somebody that is not me. So, if you guys thought that the localization in... Wow, I can't find a video of this. What the fuck? Oh, it's because it filled some stuff in. Hold on, sorry. I'm trying really hard to find this. What's your opinion on Cubics? I didn't like it as a kid. I thought it was animated, like, really badly. Are we talking about Izzy's mom's cooking? Oh no, even worse than that. Hold on. Okay, I found it. So this is the most notorious, like, localization in probably the entire Digimon anime series. And my roommate's friend worked on this. And here, just prepare to feast your eyes, chat. This is... Holy shot, that's so loud, I'm sorry. Nanimon. Bombu Nanimon. Free throw bomb. Urra! Oh god, everything is breaking a little bit, sorry. So yeah, urra! He's throwing bombs. Like, that's definitely not gonna fly on American TV, I'm sure. Oh, I think I accidentally slowed it down a little.
Come on, realize. Yes, master. Master,
oh, he's cute. What does the bomb guy look like? He's from Bobo? He really does. No explanation for that, honestly. You love blue dogs? Like Alan? And Lark? I pet that doll. And Lucario? And that guy? And a Palamute? And that dog. I want to pet that dog too. I want to pet that doll. I want to pet that doll. Huckleberry Hound, Blue's Clues, Bluey, Alan. What is it with blue dogs? Why is that such a common theme? Oh, spicy. Thank you for the pats. I'm gonna pet this dog. Mission complete. Kono yaro. Doke. Sorry to all the VOD watchers. I know this is muted for you. At least you can see the YouTube video that it's supposed to be. You can be a shooting star. Every generation needs a blue dog to guide them. I'd nominate Alan. She is the role model we all deserve. A good dog all the time. I like this slightly warped doggy. 10% off at the store. Factory defect. Okay, this is a longer segment than I realized. I'm going to show you the edit. Okay, chat, you're not prepared.
I'm gonna squeeze you like an orange.
Whose fruit punch Nova sends his enemies to the showers. Not exactly part of a balanced breakfast, believe me.
Yep. It's not a bomb. Don't worry. It's juice. He's just throwing juice. Destructive juice that destroys things. He's Citramon now. He's no longer a bomb. He's an orange. Look at that badly photoshopped on leaf.
Realize.
This is way worse than you thought. You were not prepared. Nothing could have prepared you for this.
We'll stay clear of the juice. This is Norstein. There's a Digimon on the red.
Green, the color of radiation. At least in fictional media. Definitely better.
Area be shut down immediately.
Confirmed. Area U-308 will be blockaded.
Thomas.
They choose the colors that dogs can see for the character designs in Bluey? That's really cool. I never knew that.
Keep your personal feelings out of this. Stand by. Backup is on the way.
I love the like baked in commentary and the Jetix logo. I'm such a nerd. Dash _ dash. What's your opinion on Yokai Watch? It came and went without me ever really knowing anything about it.
This is for Christy and Sarah.
Apparently Japanese people consider it nostalgic now, which oof.
Bring him down, Galgamon. Go.
They're like, oh, isn't that kind of old? And I'm like, ah, that still kind of feels new to me, but that's like 10 years ago, huh? Okay, these edits are so funny.
Great. Now squeeze the juice out of him.
Orb.
Fine, just be warned. You squeeze me. Everyone goes for a swim.
Oh no. There's enough juice there to fill up the.
Oh my god, he can't say that he's gonna explode, so it's just everybody's gonna drown in green orange juice. He looks even more like Don Patch when he's orange. Green and orange fireworks. This makes no sense now that he's not a bomb. You genuinely like this better? I mean, it's funnier, but it's completely tonally different than the original. So probably not a great localization. I can do that attack too, but not on stream. Oh my god, the sparkles? Oh my god, it looks so much worse like that.
Citramon contained. Thomas turned him back into a digi-egg.
Oh my god, they're just reusing footage.
What will you do? I'm going to sit here and enjoy the fireworks.
Oh my god, November 9th, 2007. Holy shit, chat. That video came out the year that Halo 3 dropped. And the fucking orange box. That fucking video is old enough to vote. Oh my Gideon. So yeah, my roommate's friend was the one who was tasked with doing the edits for Citramon there. I started working for Walmart in 2007. It really was a cursed year. Honestly, I feel like 2007 had some good things going for it. You know, being before the big financial crisis and all that. Sort of well, it was a really good year for gaming. I'll say that much. The orange box, Halo 3, Mass Effect. Wait, was Mass Effect 2008? Honestly, no notes. Tell your friend they did a good job. You hear that, Peach Weasel? Let your friend know that that Citramon is beloved. Yeah, the orange box. It was the only reason you got Steam in the first place. Heck yeah, me too. It's weird to think about now, chat, because it's so universally beloved, but when Valve introduced Steam, everybody hated it. They thought it was the worst idea imaginable. They were like, what do you mean I have to be online for my game to work? I have to dial a phone to be online. That's not gonna work. They made it mandatory to play Half-Life 2, and it was nearly a riot, but it was fucking Half-Life 2, so people still did it. And that's basically how Valve got their toehold, was like, okay, we don't want to ever be screwed over by companies like Sierra again with their distribution. Cable was a thing by then, but a lot of people didn't have it, and it was definitely a big fuss for a lot of people who didn't. I got back, and the thumbnail had an anime in it. Oh yeah, I was talking about a very funny edit to an old Digimon dub that my roommate's friend did that turned it from a bomb into an orange. I have to use a weird other program to play Counter-Strike Source? What is this nonsense? Yeah, legit. Also, the launch of Counter-Strike Source was a shit show too. But like, Steam was considered to be clunky and wasteful of system resources. Yeah, you know the one, Ash. Yeah, my roommate's friend back then was the one who did the edits for that, for 4Kids. That was their task at the job. I should be maxed out. Close enough. We'll do a little bit more bird abuse. You hear, Gothrid? Just for you. Bancho Leomon? Oh my god, I didn't know there's a Bancho Leomon. Alright, let's go fight Turbo Man. Shit, I still need to buy the... Ugh. Okay, we'll go give it my best shot, and I guess I just won't collect any bolts, because who cares? But, I forgot to buy my hyper adapter. Bancho Leomon. I don't think I've seen this design. Is he dressed like, basically like Jotaro? Like, does he have the Japanese school uniform that is associated with like street tough characters? He does? Oh, I love that. I already love it. I can envision it. Turbo-tastic! God, chat, I want to have a watch party We need to watch Wreck-It Ralph. I actually really like that movie. Oh, chat. I have a VR tip for you. You want to know a really good VR tip for helping out, especially if you own a Quest headset? Make a distinctive arrangement of posters on your wall and always be looking at those posters when you start at the headset. It serves as a really good landmark and it'll immediately grasp where it is, and it just makes things easier. All of my walls are very distinctive on purpose. It makes it easier for photo-based tracking systems to differentiate. I really do want to make a move into doing more VR content soon, chat. It's just not going to happen on one computer. And I'm still working on putting together the second computer that I'll need to have here for the two computer setup to be viable. You watched the second Ralph movie, but you can't remember what happens. So, Wreck-It Ralph, the first one was really good. Wreck-It Ralph 2 was like they go in the internet and it's full of like dumb memes and it's got like this plot about moving on and abandonment and all that. It's got individual moments that are decent, but overall it aged like milk, the second movie. First one's still great. It's pretty evergreen. The second movie is like, wow, this is the most cringe Reddit, like immediately dates itself with all of its memes stuff that you could possibly imagine. It didn't really work out too well. Yeah. I have a poster for it on my wall because I used to work at a movie theater and they were getting rid of the posters and I was like, well, I like Wreck-It Ralph. I'll take this poster just because I more keep it around to symbolize that I worked at the movie theater rather than any affection for the movie, if you know what I mean. It represents a time in my life. But I always worry when people come into my room, they're gonna be like, she likes Wreck-It Ralph too? So I might just take it down anyway. Honestly. Rush, if you can't find anything, will you hurry up and leave? No. He's just gonna chill. Put another poster over it? That's so cursed, Voidling Cat, I might just do it. Wow, he's straight up going to sleep and everything. This is a pretty uncommon animation to see. You did see that poster in your look at this dog profile image? Oh yeah, that's a real picture of my room. Sure, replace it with a poster of Hisui and Zoro arc. That's always a good idea. Yeah? That's very specific, but I wouldn't say no. I've never even played one of the games that has Zoro arc in it, but oh, I got it for free. I didn't need the grinds! Well, I knew there was something here. I forgot which thing it was, but that's good too. Yeah, okay, I'll take it. Continue onwards with the mission. Got a cardboard standee of Tears of the Kingdom link from your Walmart when they were getting rid of it. Ask Ompuko about cardboard standees. He had a standee of Mr. Bean fall and destroy his TV. And if that isn't just the most tragically on-brand thing. We're gonna head out. Vulture, thanks so much for lurking with us tonight. I really appreciate you. Hope you have a good rest. Thank you very much for being here. Have a good night. I don't want to waste a E-tank going through this soup. That is truly the saddest short story. The crazy part is that it just sort of spontaneously did it too. I don't know if like the house settled a little bit or something, but it just sort of randomly happened with no apparent external stimulus. Mr. Bean just chose to attack. I'm gonna watch Hunter x Hunter with a friend. I still need to watch that one. I hope you have some good, have a good time with your anime night. Thanks for being here, Kyrell of Sky. Hunter x Hunter is one that I hear is really good, and I keep missing out on it. know. For a while, Chad, I was watching a ton of anime all the time. And then I sort of fell off of it. Oh, I know what happens. 9 anime went away. Damn it. The anime became less accessible and my ass is not paying for Crunchyroll. And then I just stopped randomly browsing into anime that I thought looked cool as much. I still watch a decent amount, but I know another part of it, I think. I've been to Japan now, chat, and it's weird. Once you go to Japan, it can either like make or break your attachment to certain things like that. You think Bowser would repo this truck? I like CC truck and I could totally see Bowser using it. The thing about anime is, so I feel like people in the Western world especially tend to hold anime in this like mixed esteem, sort of like it's either considered to be an elevated art form, it's really good, or like people are like, haha, you like anime, that's slop. But the reality of it is anime is just like every other art medium where there's tons and tons of it that just isn't very good and doesn't really make any sort of cultural impact. And with anime, it's a product that's largely for kids. And just like how there's tons and tons of American cartoons that are complete fucking garbage that you do not care about, nobody can really tell me they cared about butt ugly Martians or whatever. But like, there are definitely people that are nostalgic for things around that era. And I'm sure there's people that are, you know, there's small fandoms for lots of things. But it's like walking up to a Japanese person and being like, do you like Cowboy Bebop? Is like me walking up to you and being like, do you like Cat Scratch? You're gonna be like, what? Like the old Nickelodeon show? I guess? And then the person that's like, do you like Cat Scratch? Is like, oh, I made my whole identity about it. You don't understand. They just don't do it the same in my country. Cat Scratch is the best of the animation world. It's so cool. And you're like, I don't know. Like, it's kind of just a forgettable cartoon that aired on Nickelodeon for a couple seasons, but okay. And when I was in Japan, I realized, like, aside from seeing an episode of One Piece, I didn't really see much anime. But the 1 or 2 episodes that I did see were fucking trash. And it just sort of, like, had a chilling effect on me. I was like, I like Japan in general. I'm glad that anime served as one of the stepping stones into that infatuation with this country and its culture and its people.
My goodness.
But anime is not a good representation of Japan any more than the Looney Tunes are a good representation of America. It is but one facet. And to go to Japan and just like only go to arcades or only watch anime and go to anime stores is wild to me. It's like going to Disney World and be like, yeah, I know about America. You don't even know about Florida. Like going to Akihabara and then leaving. You didn't go to Japan. You went to the mall. The smelly Gaijin mall. And I'm not trying to hold this as judgment over people. I'm just like, you didn't get the full experiment, the full experience. And that's why it drives me nuts. I love seeing people on the internet saying ignorant things about Japan based on their conceptions on a post that they saw 20 years ago on the internet. Did you guys know that in Japan there's vending machines that sell used panties? No, there's not. No Japanese person has ever seen this. I think one guy saw this in like 1993 and then came home and like made a post about it on Usenet, and then people just straight up never stopped talking about it. Also, yeah, I love the way that Turbo Man looks. He's always hard for me to fight though. He's one of my favorite Robot Master designs visually. Yeah, the transit system in Japan definitely rules. I have no comment other than they're doing that right. They fucking killed it. Going on the Shinkansen may be annoying for the rest of my life. It is an incredible way to travel. High-speed rail, it's so good. I love how walkable everything is too, although I do feel like Japan is a bad place to be in a wheelchair. You're in Japan, could KFC convince everyone Americans love KFC for Christmas? Oh shit, sorry, stuff is happening. Dr. Light, what happened?
Is that you, Mega Man? Base went berserk after I completed his lapels. He stole the parts for your new enhancements.
Base? I can't believe it. I can. He was super edgy. He does look like Professor Oak, or maybe even Professor Utonium.
Believe it, Mega Man. Base and Treble are my creations. I knew that you would be stupid enough to trust him and allow him access to the lab. Now, Bass and Treble will use the enhancements meant for Mega Man. And Rush.
Oh yeah, KFC has potato wedges back now. I'll make you pay, Wiley. You know KFC is one health code violation from starting the zombie apocalypse. Look, I'm gonna be real. KFC went downhill so hard. In the 90s, KFC was good. Yeah, we were saying that earlier, Honker. He's Shadow before Shadow was. They did bring back the wedges. Although, honestly, I prefer the french fries. But, like, if you're gonna get potatoes at KFC, get the fucking mashed potatoes and gravy. What's wrong with you? That's clearly the best option. Why would you ever want the wedges when you could have the potatoes with gravy? Wow! Banished from my space! I love mashed potatoes. I will remember this. I will remember this, Spicy. When I make my delicious mashed potatoes, you get none. Let me explain? No. I love the mashed potatoes and gravy. When I had my wisdom teeth out and I wasn't allowed to eat anything hard or like chewy, all I could eat was soft stuff like soups and stuff like that. I survived on KFC mashed potatoes for a week. Oh no, you don't add the dash like that. That'll just confuse it. It's Freya quotes. They're specifically Freya quotes. You never had good mashed potatoes. Damn, I'll have to fix that for you. They are really good when they're fresh. Oh, you like instant potatoes? I can't do it anymore. I used to like instant potatoes, but now I like to just make them fresh. The only problem is potatoes are pretty labor intensive. Like peeling them takes forever. I have like really exacting standards for how much I like to peel my potatoes too. Like I don't want to waste potato. I went to boot camp, yo. They make you peel potatoes in boot camp and they're like, no, you get all that potato. Don't you waste that potato. Look at all that potato that's still on that rind. You don't bother peeling them when you make mash? I mean, that's your prerogative. I feel like I like the texture without a little better. You like the skin? That's valid. You haven't had skinless mashed potatoes. See, I feel like the weird one now. You have to peel potatoes in boot. Why the hell didn't I? Did you ever get KP? I got KP because I had a health issue and couldn't join out on fucking exercises, so they're like, oh, you're not in trouble, but you still have to go do KP anyway. Sorry. We can't have you just like chilling while everybody else is doing hard stuff. However, I got to use some really mean industrial dishwashing machines. Well, part of the problem, Van, is that I use a paring knife. I'm not using a potato peeler. I am using a knife because I'm crazy. You got that when Pink Eye went around the barracks. Oh my god. Boot camp really is like kindergarten. I swear. Hurry up and wait. Line up. Learn to share. Paring knives are good. I've seen potato peelers do more damage than knives. The problem with potato peelers is that people become complacent with them and get cocky. They let themselves get hurt. You are far too weak, Mega Man. Wily may fear you, but I do not. Industrial dishwasher would be a hell of a flex, honestly. Get the freaking conveyor belt that blasts them with high temperature steam. Oh, he's being a jump and shoot man, but he's all up in my business. E-tank, forget it. Industrial dishwasher sounds like a band. Wow, I didn't need that at all. Oops. Round one goes to you, Mega Man, but I'll be back. Ew, the roach motels. Get rid of them. Industrial dishwasher also does sound like a music genre. Also, hi, Valesti. You're going to Twin Peaks tomorrow? Oh, Twin Peaks. Heck yeah. Hope you have fun. Alright, this guy uses slash claw, which is a pain in the butt. You gotta get close to him. See, Wily's beloved gutsman. He pinches. It does a lot of damage. Because it's easy. It does a lot of damage. You're trying to recover from the thing you've discovered. What did you discover? Oh no, he peached! Where's Cutman to take his cut? I don't know. I feel like he really should make a reappearance. I'm gonna get the clamps. Oh, Velocity, I want to get back into some Warframe. Maybe we should roll together sometime again. Burke too. I'm glad you recognized it, Burke King. I can't get that one. That's my intrusive thought lately. And then I don't think it's from the same animation, but also, how does it feel safe to be a bitch? I love the way he bites that off so much. Sometimes you feel like, yeah, that's Plague of Gripes. I don't know, I think Plague is still on my Steam friends list, actually. We used to hang out in the same spaces. Also, chat, remember when I played Star Siege? Plague of Gripes made a Star Siege Let's Play that is probably one of the largest resources for Star Siege information in general. He has all kinds of weird anecdotes about it. It's pretty entertaining. It is a straight up old school long form LP. Trying to think if we need anything else. Oh, let's get beat. I want to get beat. Not like that. Beat's a bird. No, don't beat the bird. You should check out Plague again. I like some of his rants about Dragon Ball Z. I haven't really kept a close eye on what he's been up to, but I appreciate him. Oh. Whoa, thanks for the lethal dance. That's a good scan. I look so skunkly. I want to beat the bird? No, I'm not Spout. I don't want to beat Spout. I love this little pumpkin enemy. Dr. Wily's most nefarious creation. It looks like a pool skimmer. Oh my god, Chad, I haven't gotten to swim in years. I wonder if there will be... Oh, maybe there will be a swimming pool at the hotel in Japan. Oh, that would just beat all. I'm gonna bring my swimsuit just in case. I'll have to call and see. I know just enough Japanese to ask if they have things. Chad, I don't know how I'm gonna live without dipping sauces for fast food though. It's so weird to me that Japanese McDonald's does not have like sweet and sour sauce or ranch or any of those. You can get mustard or barbecue. That's it. That's your choices. Not even ketchup. Mustard or barbecue. Sometimes they have limited edition sauces as like a special promo. Oh man, I actually have a package of Japanese McDonald's barbecue sauce that I brought home. It tastes different. Can you buy a bottle of something somewhere? I mean, if there was McDonald's sweet and sour sauce in bottles that you could buy at the grocery store, I probably would. Because I don't really like to visit McDonald's very much, but I like that sauce. It's really good on nuggies. People get other sauces than barbecue? Yeah. I mean, I love barbecue sauce. I think Wendy's barbecue sauce is way better than McDonald's barbecue, though. It's all spicy and has a more complex composition. What about like a sweet chili sauce? That's not the same. McDonald's sweet and sour sauce is like mostly like apricots. Also, chat, this confuses so many people. They're like, what weapon do I use to get this open? They'll try everything in the game, except for a regular charge shot. And now Beat sort of contemplates us and then leaves. Beat it. They probably should have given him like a thank you animation or something. He could have gone like tweet tweet, but no, he just sort of looks at you and then flies away. You love your McDonald's slop barbecue sauce. Then the best ranch is the buttermilk ranch from Carl's Jr. I haven't had Carl's Jr. in like 5 years. Oh, you have to do exclamation point, quote, add, and then space, and then... So, it would be like... Quote... Oh, sorry. Exclamation point, quote, add with no space, and then the space. So, like, exclamation point, quote, add, all one word, and then the quote. Gap! I'm gonna get a couple extra lives. You can mortgage your kidneys if you want to order a combo at Carl's Jr. Yeah, see... I'm a pity pinching doggy, and the only time I get fast food is when I get the cheap deal at Wendy's. I get the biggie bag for like $6. And it has so much food that it would be like $15 anywhere else. Beat sends a silent prayer for good fortune and leaves. I like that interpretation. No, it has to be quote add, all one word, and then space, and then the quote. I said your winner, though. Oh my god, Birdcake, you silly. Oh! We're coming up really close to the top of the hour. Time has been flying tonight. Whatever happened to the DigiDoggi number station? Oh, I switched to a different form of tracking. So I was no longer using my numpad to select expressions. So it just sort of stopped happening. There was no longer accidental numbers making their way where they shouldn't be. I know that's not a very exciting answer. I do love how this whole level is turtle themed. This is the Turtle Club. Are you turtly enough, chat? You missed the number station? I tell you what, chat, just for you, I'll start randomly mashing numbers into the field sometimes. That movie is ridiculous. But you know what's even more ridiculous than Master of Disguise? Ompiko's secret edit, where it removes all of the farts from the movie. Every time that Brent Spiner farts in the movie, it is changed so it's just an awkward silence while everybody looks at him. It makes it so much funnier.
Ah, my wait is over. This time, the mighty Mega Man shall fall. Treble, attack!
Where can we get this edit? Ask Ompiko about the fart edit. Also, he's got a super adapter too. Hold on, chat. I really need a sippy.
Now, perfectly symmetrical violence never solved anything.
Usually I get better at getting into his pattern than this. Have you seen the awkward edits of shows like Friends where they remove the laugh track? You just randomly pause in silence. Yeah, it's funniest with Friends, and with Big Bang Theory, it just kind of makes it sad. It just makes it a show about a deeply autistic man whose friends don't know how to tolerate him. It's kind of painful. Yeah, exactly, Jamie. Just the long pause after the cut, the catchphrases especially. Really lets it dig in. Yeah, Friends is funny, it just is an awkward flow break to the conversation. Well, I mean, I don't know if I go as far as saying Friends is funny. It's trying to be funny.
Why? Why can't I destroy him?
Bye, bass. It's because you're all about that bass, no treble. You need to be friends with your dog instead of just treating him like a suit to wear. You have to give him his battery biscuits and say he's a good boy and a nice boy. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. My parents watched Friends and it just annoyed me. As a kid, I was like, I hate this. Wait. No, I don't want to eat Liberty. I want to eat ramen. You've heard of I Got That Dog in Me, but have you heard of I Got That Me and Dog? Because that's what Bass and Mega Man are doing in this game. Wearing them like like a set of armor. Your dad had the box set of Friends and had it on repeat for the entire time you were there. God, it's like King of the Hill for that generation, but like somehow way cringier. It's the comfort watch. Ads in 4? Oh, thanks for the heads up, man. Let me see if I can get to the top of this. How's the new King of the Hill? No idea. I heard it's pretty decent. Haven't seen it. Heard the first episode is bad and then it just sort of settles into being King of the Hill. You watched Friends as a kid, but you wouldn't want to watch it for more than one episode at a time. There were so many family memes in my household that were just Friends jokes repeated forever. Like the Smelly Cat song. Oh, Davey, thank you so much for the resub.
This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile. We hope that your current successes only mark the beginning of an enduring effort to eliminate the Moogle threat.
Davey, thank you so much for 3 months of support, and I will definitely do my best not to disappoint people in the Gorp Corps. Davey, I am definitely going to try to mail out your patch. I am so sorry it's been on a super long delay. I've had no conveyance, but I'm working very hard on that, and I will definitely have it out before I begin my trip. Friends in Full House were played so much in your house and you never liked any of it. Don't get the appeal. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you either, honestly. Don't worry much about it. No, it's important to me, Celery, Davey. I will not feel okay until I've addressed this. So whether you're mussed about it or not, it's like, I'm going to do it. God, this boss is a butthead if you don't remember his rhythm. Okay, chat, we actually have a breather. We have to go take a breather. When we get back, I will defeat the turtle. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Airvan. All right, I'll be back very shortly. We have to take a quick breather because it is the top of the hour. When we get back, we will defeat the turtle and go on to defeat Wily in Mega Man 7. See you soon, everybody, right here on DigiDoggi.
山に暮らす野生のポケモンたち。逃げたり隠れたり懐いたり。こっちだよ。俺。お。その時私は猛烈に感動していた。
任天堂64ポケモンスナップ。
お、夢か。
ゲームボーイアドバンス。
試練の島で冒険しようぜ。バトルもレジェンズも盛りだくさん。君だけのレジェンズを育てる RPG。レジェンズ、蘇る試練の島。
幼いドラゴンと少年はやがて大空へと舞い上がる。ドラマティックシューティング、ハンタードラグーンスパイ。
キャンペーン実施中。
セガ。
人工知能付きなんだぜ。春のゲームボーイソフトがAI 付きで賢いぞ。ゲームボーイマジカルタルルートくん登場。
ガンダムストーリーの枠を超えた熱き戦い。果たしてモビルスーツの性能の差は戦力の決定的差なのか。
ガンダムバトルマスター。
PlayStation 2 Gun Shooting Time Crisis 2 plus Gun Con 2.
バーチャコップの快感。
脳天直撃セガサターン。
これが 3D ガンシューティングバーチャコップ。バーチャガンとセットで新登場。
セガ。
ゲームキューブ。集えヒーローたち、そして主役の座を勝ち取るのじゃ。
俺の出番だぜ。
俺に任せて。
Welcome back, everybody. I'm DigiDoggi, your favorite dog-shaped robot corgi girl. Thanks so much for waiting during the break. I'm having lots of fun with Mega Man 7. I hope you guys have had a fun and chill Friday evening so far. Oh, beautiful Joe on the TV. You know, that game is super hard, but I would love to play it sometime on stream. I don't know how far we would get in it, because it probably hasn't aged all that well, but I'd sure be willing to check it out. Let me make sure that I'm not blasting you guys with Mega Mans. See where the volume is on that. It's about good. Henshin a go-go, baby. You know, it's overflowing with charisma. It's just really difficult. You're tempted to check out King of the Hill, but you never watched the first one. I feel like you don't really need the context that bad, but it probably would help because it's building on, you know, like decades of character work that they did with those characters. But I mean, you could just watch the original and then make your way to it. The new one seems to be a continuation of the original series either way. The backstory is literally just they moved to Saudi Arabia for a few years because Hank got a petroleum job. And now they're back in Arlen. Doing Arlen stuff again. Which, by the way, chat, Arlen is most like Garland, Texas, which is just north of Dallas. Which makes the whole, like, Dallas? That place is full of crackheads and debutantes thing even funnier, because it's like, it's 30 minutes away. It's the same town as far as Texas is concerned. Why won't this guy take damage? I thought you were supposed to slash him. Am I supposed to wild coil him? So like Marysville versus Everett. Yeah, it's very much like that. You're looking for the package stores down Garland Road past the spillway. Yeah, that's a real place in Texas. You showed your dad that line and he just about lost it as a seasoned Garland resident. Yeah, see, there was all this ambiguity for years about which Texas town is King of the Hill, but like, no, it's very specific town in North Dallas. Dallas? Salad. I think it is. No, it's not Noise Crush. I think it is Wild Coil. It is. Damn it. I've been using the wrong ability. Wasting resources. So the reason I was pulling out the Slash Claw is because it's good against these little buttheads. But it's not good against the boss itself. That's stupid. And now I am out of it. And they are such a pain in the butt when you're not spawn killing them. Where is he going? Come on. They take forever to come out too. That's the worst part. Down Garland Road past the spillways, very specifically directions to the liquor store from Garland. It's the White Rock Lake Spillway, where there's Lakeview Liquors and a few other scents that have open scents. It's so wild that it's like still basically the same as it was in the 90s when they wrote that line. Just more of them now. That's the liquor place. You didn't like this liquor store? Go to the one next to it. Oh, D-Rap works well against these things too. Gotta wrap the D. Oh god. Immediately burned for saying that. Immediate karma. Damn, I am slurping down on these E-tanks like they're going out of style. My Sobe life waters are about to expire. I gotta drink them quick. Gop! Yeah, this game is just so much fun to look at. In the same way that I feel like Mega Man Legends was trying really hard and succeeding to look like an anime. It was trying really hard to look like The Legend of Conan, the Hayao Miyazaki TV show from like the 60s. That was his directorial debut. They basically just made that but Mega Man. In that same way, this looks like Astro Boy or like other really lusciously illustrated manga and anime of that era. It is such a visual treat. Every environment, every weapon, every attack that enemies shoot, all of it's just, it feeds the good brain chemicals. It's no wonder that this aesthetic was so popular on the early internet when sprite comics were all the rage. It's so expressive and colorful and nice to look at. It's really a bummer to me that Mega Man 9 and 10 decided to go with the NES aesthetic super hard. I wish they had looked more like this or like Mega Man 8. But they're like, no, we gotta go for the nostalgia thing and prove that Mega Man is a thing about existing in the past and your nostalgia instead of moving forward as a series. Yeah, Metal Slug is in that similar level of just like, this hit so good. I like lemons. Mega Man 11 happened and it was great. Honestly, I feel like Mega Man 11's visual style is just okay. But it is the best-selling Mega Man 11 game, and I'm glad it exists, and I think that Capcom should make more of them. Really frustrated that Capcom is like, yep, it's the best-selling Mega Man game of all time. We're not making more. Man, Mega Man X Corrupted is too good for Capcom. Alright, got my slurp juices refilled. Let's go back to it with more Dr. Wowie. Didn't Capcom do that with Devil May Cry as well? Which thing? They still sort of like Devil May Cry. We made the best in the series so far, and that means we're done. Yeah. Yeah, I feel for my Devil May Cry fan friends. I really do. Also, I need a sippy. Yummy Powerade. Still need to play DMC 5. Did you play DMC 2? Being a Devil May Cry fan is suffering. Don't tell me that. I'm a Mega Man fan and a MechWarrior fan. God, we were mourning StarCraft Ghost earlier too. All my favorite games are from Woe-Begotten series that will not get another installation. Hell chat, even StarCraft is dead. What the fuck happened? Blizzard's just like, nah, we don't care about that anymore. All in on Overwatch. Oops, Overwatch didn't work out. All of our IPs wither. RTS dead genre. StarCraft finished its story badly. Sarah Kerrigan floated off into space and died on the way back to her home planet. Me looking at harebrained schemes. It's so sad that they don't have the BattleTech license anymore and had to get rid of like all of their people in layoffs. BattleTech 2018 is the best BattleTech game that has ever existed. That includes all of the MechWarrior games. It includes all of the like Crescent Hawks Inception games and Mech Commander, Mech Assault. It is the single finest achievement in the entire BattleTech franchise, if you ask me. It is a shining beacon of, wow, people really love this franchise and they can make a really good story within its universe and fill it up with cool art and cool vibes and cool mechs and make it be satisfying and strategic and full of intrigue and thoughtful storytelling. And then we go to the fucking baby's first MechWarrior book story of MechWarrior 5 and it's just like, God, my mouth tastes bad just thinking about it. All you know about BattleTech is you're a fan of Clan Diamond Shark. Oh, you mean the clanners that decided that they would rather just sell mechs to everybody else instead of fighting? That's a valid move, I guess. Oh, this is definitely the you have a super adapter, huh? Clan, I can't believe they're buying this garbage. Yeah, let's make special dummy versions of our mechs for the Unisphere to buy forever at super inflated rates, because wow, clan technology. Fuck! I got too busy laughing at BattleTech factions. And I screwed myself. Gap! Never said they were good, I just think they're funny. No, I agree. I think they're funny too. There's a lot of funny factions in BattleTech, but they're like believable funny. You killed someone and then died first shooting phase. It was great. Hell yeah. That's BattleTech though. Like life of a Jenner pilot. Not this guy again. He should have stayed in Burstman stage. Get out of here. Nobody liked you the first time, mini boss. We didn't want to see you again. This guy would fit well in a Kirby game though. He looks a little bit like Heavy Lobster's buddy. You're off to bed to let your PC shut down and cool off your room. Well, have yourself a good rest there, Jamie. Thanks for being here. Hope you have a good night. Might join back on your phone? Cool. We'll be happy to have you. Ah! Asshole move! Thanks, game! How am I supposed to know about that? How am I supposed to know about that? What am I supposed to do there? How am I supposed to react to that? That is literally just a blind obstacle. Fuck you. Yeah, Sonic baseball bat Miiverse post indeed. It's an obstacle to keep you from moving forward. At least they give you a one-up, like, haha, sorry, we know. Haha, heh, sorry. But like, damn. Let's see if I can just stand here and beat him before he kills me. Wow, Turbo Controller wins once again. Okay, this time with less wandering into random obstacles that I couldn't foresee. Imagine the shit-eating grin. Yeah, you could totally tell they were putting that together in the level editor and they're just like, heh. Gotta make it so the kids can't beat it in a single Blockbuster rental. Thanks for the hydrate, Verb Micah. Yeah, if Mega Man just floated like a little bit further down on the screen, it wouldn't be so bad. I agree. How long was a typical rental? JV, I usually remember it being 5 days. I think you could get a cheaper 3-day rental as well, but that was like inconvenient to my parents. So usually it would be 5 days. Sometimes it was 1 week. Later on, they did increase it to 7 days. Oh yeah, I remember the smell of Blockbuster. It was very welcoming in its weird cardboardy way. And yeah, it did smell like those microwave popcorn buckets that you could get. And the plastic containers for the media. The local place you rented out was 7 days. Yeah, that was one of the reasons my parents liked the so-called video shoppy. Blockbuster was 3 or 5 for a long time, especially new releases for 3. But eventually, as things started waiting for them, they had to adapt and start doing 1 week. So Weak Sauce didn't complete their Blockbuster games the same week they got them during the summer. Also, unless the game sucked. Like, that's the thing is, like, 5 days, like, if you didn't have the internet to look up stuff and you were going to school and everything, that wasn't a lot of time. You didn't have a whole lot of time to spend with these games. You do your homework and, you know, eat dinner, and then you'd get like an hour or 2 with it per night. You'd do a lot of your gaming on the weekend. A lot of the time, Blockbuster was like a, wow, it's Friday, let's go to Blockbuster. We'll get a pizza and rent a game, and we'll have that game for the next week, and that's your week. So if the game sucks, then, wow, you're stuck with it, kiddo. Sorry. You had Mr. Video, the local renter shop. Always had more variety than the big ones because they got weird stuff. I like the local shops, except that they often smelled funny. Or they had, like, not what I wanted as much as what my folks wanted. EB Games. Wow. I miss Funko Land. I know that dates me, but that is the company that got snapped up and became GameStop. And some of the very oldest GameStop locations used to be Funko Lands. Your mom worked at Funko Land? Damn. Your mom's cool. I would have had a crush on your mom when I was a kid. Would have been like, wow, the girl that works at Funko Land? God, wow. I don't know if I want that to be me or to date that person. During the PS1 and Saturn launch? Wow, that's incredible. I want to hear some stories about that. Funko Land can kick rocks. They're not as good deals as EB Games. In my experience, back then, EB Games was called Electronics Boutique, and it was not a good deal usually. Funko Land also had the unique thing at the time of if you wanted to try out a game, they had demo consoles all over the store. So like if you wanted to try out a Super Nintendo game, you just ask. You could play it for free for like as long as you wanted, really. Like they didn't really chase you out of the store. Also, I actually can't read Japanese yet, so I don't know. I don't know what they say on those drums on his body there, but I'm sure that the Megavan wiki probably knows. Sorry. But yeah, with regards to Funko Land, I fondly remember trying out Megavan Legends at the Funko Land and being like, whoa, this is incredible. And I was obsessed with it until I got it. Like, I immediately was like, this is so cool. So, like, I would not have experienced Mega Man Legends without Funko Land's demo system, where they would just let you try things out like that. You couldn't get anything at Funko Land. They offered like $5 to $10 at best for your Game Boy Color games. Yeah, I didn't really trade a whole lot there, but when I did, it was often an experience and disappointment. I'm still sad that I traded all of my Dreamcast stuff to Funko Land. I had the Dreamcast keyboard and everything. I had the like full Phantasy Star Online set up. I really wish I had held on to those things. I had a green Dreamcast. It was like see-through green. I do like my Dreamcast now. I want to put an optical drive emulator in. Oh no, I need to get that before the de minimis exemption ends. I need to talk. Oh shit. I have to get an emergency purchase of some hardware mods before they like double in price or more. Because they're not going to be accessible soon. And I really need an optical disc emulator for my Dreamcast because the CD drive is going to go. It's like, it's on its last legs already. Your mom managed to find a Dreamcast and a ream of burnt CDs for like $100 back in like 2016. That's a good deal. Yay, wait, was that first try? I don't think I died to that dude. Usually I have trouble with him. Cool. Oh yeah, it's gonna get really hard to find cheap earbuds. Still can't believe how badly they fumbled the Phantasy Star Online IFP. I know it. They had a cultural juggernaut back then. It was a big deal. Like before World of Warcraft, it was almost certainly the biggest MMO. Certainly like the biggest one on consoles. But the first one, really. Until Final Fantasy XI came around, I guess it was the only one. I guess EverQuest was probably more popular than PSO, but I imagine it got pretty close. PSO was crowded. Like, I have memories of going on Phantasy Star Online and it was bumping. The only thing you know about Phantasy Star Online is that the second game, Blue Burst, was used to rip GameCube games using a broken update in DNS settings. Yeah, it was a key component of the piracy scene for that system for a while. You think you played the PC port of PSO for a while? You kind of would have played again. Yeah, there were a lot of popular private servers for it, where many of them even have cross-compatibility with the Dreamcast and GameCube versions. Whoa, Zeldrick, welcome in, Raiders. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Wait, what the heck is raidvirus.exe? Oh no, did Dr. Wowie do this? Welcome in. Hope everybody's doing well. Zeldrick, how are you doing? How you been? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm DigiDoggi, your favorite dog-shaped robot corgi girl. We're having so much fun tonight playing Mega Man 7 for the original Super Nintendo, and it looks like we're going to hopefully beat it soon, so you joined at just the right time. How was the first Berserker, Kazan? I actually saw some promos for that. They wanted me to play that, and I was like, I don't know if this is really the flavor that I go for, but it looks kind of neat. Hope you had fun with it. Chat, go follow Zeldrick, a cool space pirate VTuber who's got really cool production values and is always up to something neat. Definitely go check him out. I'm gonna hop back into this because I really want to defeat Wily. I gotta show Rishi Kupo up because he always talks about how bad Wily Machine number 7 is. But I'm playing this through my OBS chat, so there's like input lag and I'm still doing okay. We'll see how it goes with Dr. Wily though. This part where I have to fight all the robot masters in a row can be kind of a hurdle. Thanks for being here, Zeldrick. I hope you had a fun time. For everybody who's new here tonight, I am DigiDoggi. I am a dog-shaped robot corgi girl. I am often low or high poly, usually higher than this, but I love playing old and new games, especially simulation games. So things like mechs, I love MechWarrior, fighter pilot games, space games like Elite Dangerous and Freelancer, all kinds of stuff like that. Rich hated Wily 7 because he came in with only 2 E-Tanks. That's on him. It's a Souls-like, but it's really fun. You're at the end? Well, that's awesome. Glad you had fun with it. Did you get to finish it, or are you just really close? Either way, that's pretty excellent. I know it always feels good to beat something tough like that. Are you an Ace Combat enjoyer, Doggy? You know, I only ever had Ace Combat 04 for the PS2, but I really liked it, and I have a copy of it kicking around. I would totally play it on stream if people really want. I tried streaming it a long time ago and it wasn't really popular. Like, people didn't really stick around, but maybe it just wasn't the vibe at the time. That was like 2 years ago. I was much smaller then, so maybe people just... I didn't have the right audience yet. Let's see. I guess I want to use the super adapter here. You're really close to finishing it. Oh, well, Godspeed there, Zeldrick. I hope you get to finish it next time. Okie dokie. I forget what the layout is for these guys, but I think Slash Man is right here on the top right, and I hate doing him, so let's do that first. Yeah, I think so. Yep, I knew it. I'm gonna try an Ace Combat game. Oh! It's a really fun series, and honestly, I would recommend Shattered Skies for the PS2, but also a sort of adjacent game that you might enjoy is Project Wingman for PC, and that's really accessible to get into because it's on Steam. Damn it! He's got me in the bad rhythm. He's breaking my pattern. He found my weakness. See, I can never predict this. It's just purely random, it feels like. How many lives do I have? 8? I might just sacrifice one along the way if I have to, rather than eating an E-Tank. Such a bullshit attack. It never lets you go until you get hit. Slash Man is easily one of my weakest performances, though. We'll see about recovering the loss of somebody else. Breaking my steez? I don't think I've heard that term before. So got your copy of Electrosphere? I never played Electrosphere, but it has a banger soundtrack. Oh, it's you. I'm kind of hit or miss with this fella. Freeze Man. Let's Scorch Wheel him. That's not his normal weakness, though. That's, yeah, not what I needed. Oh, I like it when he just stands right next to me and lets me spam him like that, though. I'm frozen to the ground and it doesn't matter. Oh my god, please clutch. Please clutch. Please. Please. No! I used up all my junk. I'm out of junk. There's none in the trunk. It's gonna be a pain in the butt to beat him now. I choked. That's the opposite of what I wanted. Alright, does he have a secondary weakness? Oh wow, it's already used up. I will chance it and use a weapon tank. I don't really like doing that so early, but we'll see. It's not like I'm speedrunning or anything. If I need to resupply, whatever. We're just here to have fun together anyway. See, I just let him psych me out last time. He's really not that bad. I forget who's in here. Oh, it's Cloudman. He's such a fun design. Let's use Danger Wrap and see if we can chain him really good. Oh no, that's not a good start. Damn it, his iframes. I'm out of the rhythm with these guys tonight. Damn, even when I try an alternate strategy, I get busted by like 2 frames. See? That's bogus. Is there a window where I can chain it on the ground? No, I have to do it in that really narrow spot before he gets hit by the lightning. And I'm out of Danger Wrap. Shit. Okay. Buster him. He's only got 3. Pew. Death by lemon. How embarrassing. Oh, Junkman. Junkman's easy enough, usually. He's got a really predictable pattern when you hit him. Ah, damn it! I was rooted to the ground. There we go. Quick and painless, relatively. My arms are being weird. Okay, whatever. Poor thing. Yeah, you really kind of feel bad for Junkman. He really, yeah, it is like that bit from Rick and Morty. What is my function? You serve as butter. Oh my god. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted S-Claw, not S-Wheel. Yeah, join the club. See, his attack is very similar to Junkman's too. It's so funny. He looks like he's got a prototype of Zero's boob lights. Dr. Wily is like, here's your grandpa, and Zero's like, no! I am so cringe. I come from cringe. I wanted to be a cool robot master like Skullman. Chat, did you ever have that weird adolescent resentment of like, why couldn't I have been born to notable figure? I didn't personally have that, but I saw other people reflect it. It's like, huh? Okay. Yeah, I'm so sad that I wasn't the daughter of Trent Reznor. Doesn't really come across my thought process. Shit, it's Turbo Man. Why couldn't Mega Man have been my dad? Why couldn't Brock Samson? I don't know. Like, if maybe for fictional characters. You grew up in a bad life. See, I had it with fictional characters, so maybe I'm not one to talk, but it was more of an abstraction rather than like Trent Reznor, the Mario character, baby me. I do think it's really funny how a lot of millennials heard about the name Reznor through the dinosaurs in Super Mario World long before they knew about the Nine Inch Nails guy. That is comedy gold. You caught on the unpleasant celebrity drama early enough to never want to be related to a celebrity. I think I wanted... When I was a kid, I wished that James Bond was my dad because I played GoldenEye. But in reality, if James Bond was my dad, I'd fucking hate him. You'd be such a toad. You've been watching a lot of 007 lately. What's your favorite one, Davey? James Bond Jr. It's true. What about James Pond, though? Wait, where's the balls? Oh, you threw that 10 minutes ago. It just now told me you did that. What the frick? Bond would be a terrible dad. Oh, absolutely. He would be the worst. Just be another alcoholic, womanizing British father. Not that strange. Wow. Where's the lie, though? I will say, though, like, Pierce Brosnan, James Bond was a really cool rendition of that character when I was a pup. I enjoyed the GoldenEye movie a lot. That is a fun romp of a movie. I've never seen any of the newer movies, though. I never saw Casino Royale or any of that. The last one I saw, the newest one, was Die Another Day, and I was like, wow, this sucks. Brosnan played Bond well and got terrible writing to work with after his first movie. It is so true. Die Another Day felt like it was written by somebody that hated James Bond as a concept and wanted the series to die. Like, it felt like an intentional sabotage. And it's such a bummer because, like, Pierce Brosnan really had it. He had the sauce. And I watched a video that described how, like, he played this character named Remington Steele, and it caused him to almost get hired to be Bond like 5 years sooner. But then everybody heard about him getting hired to be the new Bond, and they started watching Remington Steele. And so the network that was running Remington Steele was like, oh no, you can't have him actually. We're renewing Remington Steele for another season. And then interest dropped off when that happened. And they didn't run more Remington Steele, but they blocked him out of doing that, basically. So he had to wait for like half a decade for his opportunity at this role that everybody involved agreed that he was perfect for. Like, that's such a bummer. For him. Remington Steele, yeah, it's like I believe it was like a secret agent parody thing. So it was like making fun of, it was a tongue-in-cheek, like, pastiche of things that Bond was doing sincerely. Like, it was pre-Austin Powers, basically. Daniel Craig has a similar problem that nothing has lived up to Casino Royale. That's what I still need to see, and I'm interested in seeing it. I've heard it's a high watermark. I guess I could see Skyfall as well, although I'm just gonna think about Donkey singing the theme. The silly way that he sings it in that one video from like 10 years ago. Skyfall! What even is this ledge for? Like, if I just have to fall down anyway, what is the sense of progression here, really? Here comes Fuckboy. Oh, chat. Alright, here's the dilemma. Do I die on purpose and get full health? Or do I try to make it work? Just rinse him first try, easy. Casino Royale has one of the best Bond themes ever. Yeah, maybe I really should. What the hell is the nose on that thing? Don't look at it. He's embarrassed. Alright, I'll try, chat. No guarantees. If I end up running down my supplies, though, it's gonna be bad news doggies. I forget what my strat was for getting rid of these things. I think I just eat it and let it happen. Because he's gonna jump and... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you can kind of control them and mostly watch out for him. And then he squishes. And then he drops more. Really don't want to use an E-Tank on phase 1. Ah, damn. Okay, I really should have just gone for it. Whatever. We'll make it. I'll make it work. This does give me a chance to get a little bit of a refill. Wow, coil's full. Good. He is sort of spammed in adjacent. Okay. There's no reason to get the health pickup. I don't even know why it torments you with that. I didn't want to use an E-Tank on the first phase. Using a W tank is less desirable, but less frequent too. Come on, Wiley. We already saw you show up all dramatically. Hurry up. Get your ass out here.
Housemaster, get the hell out here.
Wiley, you didn't have to put a nose on it like that, you know. Nobody made you do that. The spike goatee is a disgusting touch too. Like seriously? A little soul patch? Come on. I was wondering if he was ever going to start doing that. Okay, alright. Fine. I think I can... No. It's not worth fighting them, chat. You're just supposed to avoid them. It's a trick. It's a trap. I like that the Thunderer power has the bad box art Mega Man colors. Yeah, can you imagine if the spikes on his chin were an insta-kill? Then this really would be the worst Wily machine. That would just be cruel and unusual. Or I guess it would be cruel and usual, actually, because normally you expect spikes to do that in Mega Man. Just take it slow. Just gotta work with his flow. Gotta wait for him to do his full animation before you can hit him again. So just let him menacingly waltz towards you. Get your angles. Should you try to learn how to emulate bad 80s NES covers? That'd be a hell of a power perk. I'd love to see it. Oh no, I did the same thing again. It's like almost the same point. Alright, I'm gonna have to get more serious and lock in. I'm treating this like it's a walk in the park and like it ain't that bad, but I do need to be more careful. I think it's a full weapon refill. For that one weapon, at least. Alright, I'm feeling it, chat. Let's do it. DOS Mega Man's doing his best, okay? God. DOS Mega Man. What a mess that game is. I wonder how much I'd have to get people to donate for me to be willing to play that game. $800. I don't think I would be able to beat it though. I'm not even sure it is beatable. I would play it. Damn. You love that bad box art Mega Man just looks like a guy that got stuck in Tron. Yeah, he looks so confused even on the cover. He's like, how do I get here? Why do I have this pistol? Why is my helmet sort of off-center and asymmetrical? It is really funny that apparently the person who painted that picture barely had like more than like some muddy screenshots to go off of. They had no idea what the game was about or what even the gameplay really looked like in particular. They just got like some vague imagery and that was supposed to be enough to make a painting. Okay, chat. Let's see if I can do it. I got lots of supplies. This is the part where it gets high intensity. I'm gonna maybe have to ignore the chat a little bit. Sorry. God, even the music lets you know how high stakes this is. Oh no, that's all the bad ones. Oh man, okay. E-Tank. So I'm gonna explain to you some stuff, chat, about how to beat this fight. So have Wild Coil, charge Wild Coil, hold up, and then when he spits the 4 energy orbs, if you can't dodge all of them, try to make it so that the one that you get hit by is yellow. The other ones deal status effects that immobilize you and open you up to additional damage like that. And I've been not getting the yellow ones at all this time, which is not great. Oh yeah, Rich hates this so much that Misty Meows made the Ridley fight in Super Metroid into this fight, which is incredible. That is an insane feat of assembly. Misty is a fucking assembly savant. Possibly one of the best ROM hackers in the world. Literally, like, go check out Rich's Super Metroid But I Hate You videos. It is insane what Misty managed to accomplish. I believe it runs on an original Super Nintendo even. Like, the hack will work on, like, real flash carts, and it works on the Mr. FPGA, so that would track. It is one of the most intricate ROM hacks I've ever seen, and it is so laden with weird in-jokes and context. It's gonna be seen someday as like the way that the Deus Ex Malkavian mod is, where it's like, some weird-ass forum made this, but look at that. Look at what they did. Holy shit. How did they do that? Whoa, the dedication of internet fandom. Okay, I'm gonna weapon tank it. I'm a little worried about my health. If I get one more hit, I'm gonna have to E-tank again. Nameless mod, Malkavian mod, yeah, that kind of stuff, it has this reputation and it's well earned. And I really feel like the Super Metroid modding community is gonna be like, wow, that was something else. It's funny because like when it first released to the modding community, the reaction was like very like the stick in the mud people were like, this sucks. But then Vinesaw's video played it and he's like, this is insane. And a lot of other people were like, this is crazy. Even though it's full of like weird jokes from my weird friend, it's still just really cool to see. Which boss is worse, this Wily Capsule or Gate from X6? I have not played X6, but generally most things from X6 are bad from what I understand, so probably X6 Gate? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and blast my super tank. I don't normally need to do this, but I'm really being sloppy. There you go. Hey, didn't even need it. Let's fucking go. Hey, Rich. That's how you do it. We did it, chat. Time for a moment that's extremely controversial and not canon in the Japanese version.
Okay, I give up. Sorry about all the trouble. I'll go quietly.
I don't trust you, Wily. I gonna do what I should have done years ago. In the Japanese version, he just silently points his gun at him.
You forget, Mega Man. Robots cannot harm humans.
I am more than a robot. Dive, Wily! Wow, that is some slow text. He doesn't say that in the Japanese version at all. He just holds his gun out. Like, that's the thing, is like the original cutscene hits harder because he realizes he can't, even though he knows he wants to, and he knows it might be the right thing. He can't do that. And it shows his limits compared to X. Too late, Mega Man. He who hesitates is lost. We shall return. Wow, that is such a weirdly memorable line for Bass to say. It's so funny that the fandom for Mega Man in the early 2000s portrayed Bass as this like Patrick Star level ingrate, when really he's more of like a snob. He's a fop, I guess would be the word. A dandy. Banger ending theme though. Let's crank it up. I don't know if the zeroth law is actually canon in Mega Man, but it is worth noting that the Asimovian laws were specifically designed to make good stories, not to make effective robots. The whole point is that they're flawed so that they can be written about. Isaac Asimov created a universe where he could have all kinds of things happen. It's really funny when people are like, what about the 3 laws of robotics? I'm like, they're not good. You need way more complicated rules of engagement than that. You really should reread Foundation again. Me too. It's been a minute. I've mostly forgotten. Then Battle Network turned Bass into a super boss for all of its games and gave him a bandito-like fit. Yeah, he's a cool poncho type outfit. Yeah, we did it. It's always a good fun time playing Mega Man together. This is really good. Remember to save. There's nothing to save. There's no backup in this. You would say that X6 Gate is worse than Wily 7, if only because when later classic games did the Wily 7 pattern with smaller character to screen ratio and it was suddenly quite manageable, but Gate is just an inherently bad fight. Yeah, I would probably agree, even though I don't know much about the Gate fight. Like, this is not a bad fight, it's just difficult with the screen to character ratio. Legitimately, I believe that if you had an HD game with HD resolution, but Mega Man was allowed to be big like he is in 7, and just like the rest of the screen was bigger around him, it would feel great. It would feel really good. That's the character ratio that a lot of modern games have. It just didn't quite fit into the Super Nintendo's output resolution, which was even less than SD TV. Like, your CRT TV just stretches things, chat. It doesn't care that the Super Nintendo is outputting at a lower resolution than its maximum. It doesn't give a damn. Mega Man 9 does the Wily 7 pattern, and even without sliding, it's totally fine. I still think it's stupid that they remove slide. You're so happy, angry, that Hat actually enjoyed X6 because he knew how bad it was, so he used the Zero Black Armor, and that made the game actually fun. Look, if you gotta cheat to make the game fun, honestly, that's still valid. That game doesn't deserve the respect of being played on its own terms. Analog signals are cool like that. They just resolve stuff. Yeah. Wait, not the mouth. Oh god. No, wait.
Terrorists win.
Mega Man 7 NES remake uses the actual same assets and spacing for the shots, and the NES size plus sliding makes it easy. See, that's really interesting. I really want to take a look at that game sometime. That would be a fresh take on one of my favorite Mega Mans. You know, games that practically require you to cheat because they're unfairly unbalanced. Yeah, it's funny because people think of game devs as these, like, flawless, you know, they know what they wanted. They're making mistakes just as much as the rest of us. I mean, I guess a lot of people are like, game devs suck, actually, but like, it's weird because people have this dichotomy between like, game devs know everything that they want to do and they had it in their mind the whole time versus like, game devs suck and they won't do what I want. And somehow that those two things exist together in their minds, it's weird. Bricklebork, Mega Man's such a cool guy walking away from the fire. Thanks for joining us tonight. Yeah, he is pretty cool. The original Mother was like that. Yeah, there's a lot of games that are accidentally brilliant and they didn't even understand their own brilliance. A lot of 90s games were arcade ports that were designed to eat quarters and never got rebalanced for a console with limited continues. They're just really difficult and you're just supposed to lump it. But you can't even like get extra continues without cheating. What gets you actually angry is the devs are lazy. Yeah, the devs are many things, but almost never lazy. Game dev's hard. It's more common than some people realize for game devs to have some crazy egos. I feel like it depends on the level of game dev, but yeah, I don't know. I've heard stories of people with great humility and people who are completely out of touch with their world and everything in between from game devs, so it's hard to say. Nothing lazy about assembly. Yeah, for real. I wish it's machine code. But yeah, it was Mega Man 7. Always a wonderful, fun time together. Chat, take note of this little feature here. Oh, we still have more cutscene. Yeah, it's the whole gang. It's good to see them here together. I love Rush's yawn. Bro, retake the picture. Retake the picture. Come on. You mean to tell me you've got talking robots, but you're still using film? Assembly is hard as hell to get anything that functions, yeah? Okay, chat, look at this number right here. This 1415558578236251. This is a code that you can put into the password screen. And it lets you play a secret unfinished versus mode where you could choose from Mega Man, Proto Man, or Bass and fight it out with whoever else has got another controller plugged into the same system. A lot of people don't know about this. It's really cool. I would show you, but I only really have one controller plugged in, so there's not a lot I can show you, but you know what? I'll take a second. Sorry, just writing that down for myself. Yeah, let me reset the SNES here so that we can actually do it, because it's just going to boot loop for here forever. Mega Man 7. Chat, I can make this thing chooch without even touching it in a way that you can see. Watch, I'm just gonna boom. Just used ads. Thank you, Van. I really appreciate that. Some question, which game is harder? Mega Man and Bass or Mega Man X6? X6 cheats? Really, it cheats? Man, the more I hear about X6, the more I feel like I never want to play it. Oh right, I probably have to do one thing at least. It's not gonna want my snack now. Okay, chat, let's try this password really quickly so I can show you the mode. Five 585 7823 6251. Okay. This should take us to the... Oh, maybe I forgot some other step? Oh, that's really weird. Maybe there's a button that I have to press to confirm it too. I think it's one of those. See, chat, you always have to do like multiple steps of secret here. Let's see. Mega Man 7 versus. You forgot how charming the password screens are in the Super Nintendo Mega Man games? They really are. Oh, I see. You have to hold L and R and press start as well. It's not just the password. That is the problem. Oh, I remembered. That's cute. Thanks, system battery. So here it is, chat. It's very simple, but we could pick 2 players if we really wanted. Let me see if I can sort of hack this. Yeah, that works. So I picked base versus base, which is not ideal, but whatever. You can see there's like even crude, like I'm doing a Hadoken input to get the base to do the, actually it's a Shoryuken input, and base can do the funny kick that I don't think he ever uses in actual gameplay. So like they made specific sprites for this even. Apparently they were going to flesh it out more, but this game was made in like 9 months or something like that. So that's what they got. But yeah, that's the feature. Work. Thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you had a lot of fun here tonight. Alright, I'm gonna kill this imposter base. He's dead. It, as you can see, is very bare bones.
They want people dead. Dead.
Word. I do like the unique Metul sprite up here, though. Look at this. Look at this little guy. They did a specific little guy just for that. They could have just reused another sprite, but they didn't. I don't know why. Stream cool. This is the most Mega Man you've interacted with since a certain angry yelling YouTube guy said stuff about it about 8 years ago. Was the Mega Man episode of AVGN that long ago? Howie. Should you snooze again? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, I don't even have Proto Man. Wow, you're supposed to. Oh, someone else? I hope it wasn't Jay's reviews. That guy's an idiot. His takes about Mega Man are not right. They're just objectively wrong. Alright, chat. So this has been a really fun time playing Mega Man tonight. I'm gonna go behind the curtain here for a second. Oh, it was Ego Raptor. Wow, was it really that long ago? I will say I do agree with most of his takes about Mega Man X1. Alright, let me go switch some stuff around here. Whoa, my clothes. I feel so naked. Hold on, let me... Glasses, please? And jacket? There we go. Thank you so much for joining tonight, everybody. I had a lot of fun playing Mega Man 7 with you guys this evening. Like, genuinely, this was really great. I didn't expect that when I threw it on the vote, that's what you guys would pick, because I've kind of beaten this one a few times before on stream already, but I'm certainly not going to complain. It's always good to yap and chill with everybody. A nice... comfy Friday evening. Tomorrow I would like to stream if possible, but I cannot guarantee it because I'm going to be setting things up for the subathon and I need all the time I can get to fit everything into this coming week to make sure it's possible and doable. So I will keep you guys posted on my Discord first and foremost. That's where you can always find the best information about my stream and what I'm getting up to. You can see my promos and schedules before they're posted anywhere else. You can vote on the games that I'm going to play in the future, suggest ones for me, and talk with a bunch of people about movies, music, media, and games. It's a really great community over at the DigiDoggi Discord. You will not regret joining. Just remember, chat, if you're not a bot, you need to answer that you're not a real person on the intro thing. It's a bot catcher trap. Read carefully. Let me go ahead and switch over to the credits music. Where's my credits music? It would not be the same without it. Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. I had a ton of fun. I may or may not be back before next Friday, but if I'm not, then I will see you next Friday for my subathon. The DigiDoggi Dog Days of Summer subathon is coming soon. I will have information about that on my Blue Sky and my Discord. Stay tuned about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to get into stream before that, but I just want to make sure absolutely certain that I don't overpromise and underdeliver. So it's going to be all power towards the subathon and fixing up my truck this week. And if I get the truck fixed in time, then I can do some streams too. So I usually stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and also Saturday and the evening specific time. So if you had fun here tonight, definitely come by again in the future. And of course, thank you to everybody who helped support the stream tonight. This is my primary income right now, so all of your support really, really matters. I super appreciate it. Thank you a ton. And especially thank you to all of our new followers who helped get me over 2,500 tonight. Bricklebork, Mr. Duck Daddy, Vexatious, Nautilus, Sigma Steve, Seeking Meek Smash, Infinity Angel. Thank you so much. I know I missed somebody. I'll get you on the next way through. Lark, Lucian, Arnie, Zeldrick, Snowy Zarua, thank you so much for your raids. It was really good to see you and your communities. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Of course, thank you to everybody who subbed and resubbed as well. And thank you to our missing followers that I didn't get the first time around. Let's see. Seeking McMeat Smash, Shabette973, and Infinity Angel 124, thank you so much. Thank you to our subscribers and resubs, Methodical Fox, Kitsune Ray, and Celery AT Fox. Thank you, Davey. Thank you to Van the Trash Puppy for being our helpful and faithful moderator as always. And again, thank you to our raiders. Alright, I am beat. I'm very Eevee and my throat is a little bit raw from excitedly shouting for 6 hours. Let's go find a raid. Let's go see who we can show some love to. Chat, I am so excited for the subathon. I hope you are too. Get your last minute subathon suggestions in on the Discord soon. Let's see, who's up? Who's up? Thank you for streaming. Thanks for joining. I really appreciate you guys. Genuinely. You guys having fun is something that really helps give me a focus through these days. Spout? Is Spout going? Really? Oh, Spout is going. Yeah, let's show Spout some love. Let's go say hi to this huge bird. Oh god, I'm not sure what's going on over there, but the raid message for tonight is Doggy Capsule 7 upon ye and your favorite DigiDoggi emotes. Let's see, what am I gonna pick here? Yeah, there we go. Alright, that's my raid message for tonight. You can do your own if you want. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a great one. Thank you so much. Genuinely, I know I say that over and over, but I don't feel like I could say it enough. So I'll just have to read and think of some new ways to tell you next time. Right here on DigiDoggi. Stay safe, have a good night, and I'll see you when I see ya. Bye!